I believe this is the inaugural event for this first one. So welcome. Thank you for being a part of it. It's very important. I know ever since I've been in the legislature, the IDD waiting list has done nothing but grow. So I'm sure, along with many of my colleagues, we're anxious to see if there are answers on getting that to quit growing and to go in the opposite direction. First, would like to go ahead and do staff introductions. If we would, we'll go ahead and I'm Senator Richard Hildebrand. I chair the Public Health and Welfare Committee in the Senate, and I am the chair. To my right is Representative Will Carpenter. He is the vice chair. And Will, would you mind just letting everybody know what committees you are on the House and why you are on sitting as the vice chair on this committee?
Yes, thank you. I hope this mic works. No, it doesn't work any better than it did yesterday.
All right.
Yeah.
It didn't work yesterday.
No.
So awfully hot.
Representative Carpenter, I chair the Social Services Budget Committee.
And then we'll go ahead and introduce our staff. We'll start with Connor up here. Connor?
Thank you, Connor Stengler, Kansas Legislative Research Department.
Matthew Moore, Kansas Legislative Research Department.
Hidayah Orr, Kansas Legislative Research Department.
Scott Abbott, Office of Revisor of Statutes.
Donola Fairbanks, Committee Assistant.
And we don't give our staff enough thanks because they do a lot of work behind the scenes and even here, keeping us committee members and chairs lined out and going in the right direction all the time. They have all the information for us. So we do greatly appreciate the work that they do each and every day. And committee members, thank you for being a part of this committee, and hopefully we'll get a lot out of this. And we are going to go ahead and start with our first item agenda. It is a presentation of HCBS IDD waiver history. And to give us that will be Connor Stengler. Connor, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Hildebrand, members of the committee. My name is Connor Stengler from the Kansas Legislative Research Department. I am going to very briefly go over the first piece of testimony you should have in your packets. It is a KLRD memo. It is on a golden yellow sheet of paper here. Golden rod. Thank you, Representative, technically. It is entitled Overview of the Intellectual and Developmental Disability Waiver. I won't hit everything, but I'm going to give a brief summary. So this does provide an overview of the Medicaid home and community-based intellectual and developmental disability waiver, also known as the HCBS IDD waiver. The HCBS waiver program is authorized under the Social Security Act. A Medicaid waiver allows a state to waive certain Medicaid eligibility requirements. Through the HCBS waiver program, a Medicaid beneficiary can receive a wide range of services designed to allow the individual to live in their home or community rather than receive institutionalized care. Waivers vary from state to state. There is a brief history of intellectual and developmental disability services, IDD support services in Kansas at the bottom of the first page. IDD services fit within a broader history of mental and behavioral health treatment in Kansas. For the first half of the 20th century, individuals with IDD received treatment mostly in large institutionalized settings, such as state hospitals. There are listed 4 state hospitals and their historic opening dates right there who served IDD individuals historically. In the 1960s and in the 1960s and 70s, mental health treatment in Kansas and nationally began to deinstitutionalize or shift to more community-based treatment services. A mental health treatment deinstitutionalization, as mental health treatment deinstitutionalized, a similar push occurred within IDD care. In 1981, Congress authorized the HCBS program to support more IDD treatment in community settings outside of institutions. In 1990, Kansas received approval for the IDD waiver, and in 1995, the legislature passed the Developmental Disability Reform Act. Due to the shift in focus toward community services, state hospitals began to see a decline in their censuses. In 1974, state hospitals served approximately 1,959 individuals with IDD. In 1991, they served about 990 individuals with IDD. Now specifically to the IDD waiver. The IDD waiver provides services to individuals 5 years of age and older who meet the definition of intellectual disability, have a developmental disability, or are eligible for care in an intermediate care facility for individuals with intellectual disabilities. Those with a developmental disability may be eligible if their disability was present before age 22 and they have a substantial limitation in 3 areas of life functioning. As of September 2021, a total of 9,107 individuals were eligible to receive services under the IDD waiver, and 4,563 were on the waiver wait list. As you see on the memo, KLRD provides an overview of recent changes to IDD reimbursement rates. During the 2021 legislative session, the legislature added $5.5 million, including $2.0 million SGF, to provide a 5.0% increase in the provider reimbursement rates for the IDD waiver for the last 3 months of fiscal year 2021. The legislature also added $31.0 million, including $12.4 million SGF to contribute the 5.0% increase in the provider reimbursement rates for fiscal year 2021, and provided an additional 2.0% increase for fiscal year 2022. Again, that is just a brief summary of that memo. There is more information there, but I will now stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Committee, do we have any questions for Connor? Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you explain, or can you tell me why 5 years is the minimum age?
That's a great question. I will leave that to people who deal with individuals with IDD more specifically, but I think we can answer that question later today with some of our conferees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, and thank you for your explanation. When it says added 5.5 million, added would tend to mean that they already are in the budget. So there was a budget amount and added additional 5 million. Am I reading this correctly?
I think Matthew Moore, who's presenting after me, is going to review the fiscal stuff, and he'll go over those details as well. So if you don't mind, I'll just defer to Matt right after me.
That's fine. Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This may be a Matthew Moore question, too. You mentioned the 2020 session and 21, where we increased funding and provider rates. Were we sort of frozen on provider rates prior to that time? And if so, how far back did that go?
Thank you, Senator. I will allow Matthew Moore to answer that question. He'll do a much better job than me.
Give him a good heads up on that one. Thank you.
Okay, committee, I do not see any further questions. And Matt, it looks like you have all your questions before you even get started. So next committee, we're going to turn to Matt Moore, who's going to give us a fiscal analysis of the IDD waiting list. Matthew.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. What I will begin today, originally to kind of just go over the wait list. We do have funding kind of to discuss for tomorrow, and we do have a chart that would be more of tomorrow's testimony. I can kind of touch base just a little bit. In regards to the additions for 21, those were additional legislative adds on top of what the governor had recommended. So on this goldenrod sheet, those 2 adds were for the final 3 months of fiscal year 21, so it would have been April, May, and June, a brief increase, and then a continuation for fiscal year 22. And then with respect to the kind of status of the kind of a freeze on reimbursement rates, I'd have to look a little bit more into it, but I can have it for tomorrow. I know that there were a few years going back, I think maybe 19 and 20, where there was a all waiver increase. I'd have to double check. And then in 2020, the 2020 session, there was an increase that got allotted because of the pandemic, and then the additional increases this year. So there's a few brief answers to those questions, but I can I'll definitely have a more thorough overview tomorrow. And if there aren't any more questions, I can continue on to the wait list.
Senator Gossage.
So then it sounds like it was additional funds that were added. So can you give me an amount of what is the total amount in the budget, including the additional funds that were added for the IDD waiver?
I'd have to double check. It is on our funding chart that will be presented tomorrow, but I can get you that
it'll
information.
be presented tomorrow. That's fine. Thank you.
Matt, I do not see any more questions, so if you want to go ahead and continue.
So the second item in your testimony today will be the only legal size sheet of paper that is a kind of a chart showing the status of the wait list over the last several years. It's sort of done by several months throughout the year, but can kind of give you a picture of what that wait list looks like. It is comparing the IDD wait list to both the wait list for the PD waiver as well as the proposed recipient list for the autism waiver. Those are currently the only 3 waivers that have any sort of individuals who are waiting for services or assessments. The top line on that graph, the blue one, is the IDD waiver, and you can see it's sort of remained steady total around 4,000. Beginning kind of dips down a little bit to 3,500 and then sort of dips back up to about 45 today. I will note that you'll see up until about 2015, there were sort of 2 lists, the unserved list, which were individuals that were not receiving services, and then the underserved list, which were individuals that were receiving kind of partial services, but then with the implementation of CanCare, those individuals, CMS determined that it wasn't really allowable to have individuals receiving partial services. If they were assessed to be on the IDD waiver, they would receive all services. And so my understanding is those individuals were reassessed and then kind of brought onto the waiver. And then that's why you see that line end, and it's just a total wait list after that. And then I would stand for questions.
Any questions? Representative Reese.
Hi, I'm trying to figure out the longer sheet begins at 2012. Do you know, did we have a wait list prior to 2012, and what did that look like? Or I know that they were kind of combined, but.
My understanding is that the wait list did exist long before 2012. It is just the chart, we kind of only look back to the last 10 years. I can see sort of what data we have going back further, but my understanding is the wait list has been a years, if not decades long issue, so.
Just trying to, and maybe other people that are going to be speaking might know, where did we start seeing the increase? What was going on in the state? What was going on nationally? So it really helps to kind of see at least a year.
And I can certainly take a look at that, but I think you might be correct. There might be some other testimony today, but I'll definitely see what I can pull for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, why is that, I assume FE is frail elderly, why is that a dash with no numbers?
Because it does not have a wait list. Currently, only the IDD waiver and the PD waiver have wait lists. And then the autism has a proposed recipient list. So all of the other waivers don't have any sort of a wait list, but we do kind of include those just to show that those waivers are in existence, but just don't have wait lists.
Do we have a ballpark of how many people get frail elderly services?
I'd have to double check. I do have the, KDAS does produce a member estimate of how many individuals each month are on the waiver. I can definitely pull that for you. I don't have that off right in front of me right now, but I know I do have the most recent one. I can double check for you.
And then I had one other clarifying question, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sorry to ask this, probably a dumb question, but on the goldenrod, it says there are 14 service categories. Is that strictly in the IDD waiver, the purple line, or are some of those 14 service categories also in the green line, which is as for PD waivers?
That might be a question that I can double check for you. I know that the waivers all do have different kind of categories, some crossover, so the agency might be a little bit more knowledgeable about what those categories are, but I can certainly double check for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Matthew, I do not see any more questions, so thank you very much. Committee, next we will turn to the HCBS IDD waiver financial eligibility. And to give us that presentation is Russell Nittler, Senior Manager for Outreach and Presumptive Medical Disability Team for the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. And he is with us on WebEx, I believe. Russell, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can, and welcome to the committee.
All right. Thank you very much. Before I start, I wanted to take a few minutes to explain maybe how people's Medicaid eligibility looks prior to coming on to or being assessed for the waiver. And so a person may have already the Title 19 package, which I like to call plain Jane Medicaid. It's the Medicaid package that pays for the hospitals, doctors, and if you're not eligible for Medicare Part D, the prescription. And you may be getting this based on the fact that you're receiving a SSI check at Social Security. And an SSI check is a type of disability check that the Social Security Department gives people who have been found disabled who don't have enough work orders to qualify for a Social Security disability check. And when you receive an SSI check, it really sort of paves the way for your Medicaid eligibility. You will be approved for Medicaid based on receiving a SSI check. So that's one way people who are coming onto the waiver might already have Title 19 Medicaid. If I had worked enough quarters, I might be receiving a Social Security disability check, which is normally more money, but I have to jump through some financial hoops before I receive Medicaid. So hopefully this works here. Now, this is not IDD eligibility. This would be plain Jane Medicaid eligibility for people who are receiving Social Security disability. So let's say my disability check is $1,500. For plain Jane Medicaid, the income limit is $475. There's a $20 disregard, so I sort of put that in there and came up with $495, which means for the plain Title 19 Medicaid package, I'm over the limit by $1,005 every month. And we set up these cases for 6 months at a time, so I take that amount times 6, which means I have a $6,030 spin down or deductible to meet every 6 months before I can get just the plain Jane Medicaid package. Or a person might be coming to the IDD waiver with no Medicaid eligibility at all because they hadn't applied yet, or they failed to meet the spin down. So the first slide that we have is sort of a big picture of how the eligibility works. And when it comes to making a person eligible for the IDD waiver, CMS wants us to have 3 things done before we approve them. And that is financial eligibility that I will be talking about, and functional eligibility, which is done by your local CDDO. And that is, does this person meet the criteria to be on the waiver? And CMS wants a plan of care to be already written before approval. So when we get the request for the IDD waiver, the local CDDO does the functional eligibility, and if there's a slot for them available, KDADS will request a provisional plan of care that acts as the plan of care that CMS wants us to have before we approve them. The CDDO writes the provisional plan of care. And so if they come off the waiting list, KDADS approves of the slots, make sure the functional eligibility is current. And what I mean by that is that it's been done within the last year, and will ask the CDDO for a provisional plan of care. KDADS will then hand that over to KDHE eligibility staff, and we will determine if they are financially eligible. If they are, we approve them, and that's the start date. And by start date, I mean that's the date that services can start being paid for. We then hand that information over to our MCOs, United, Aetna, or Sunflower, and the MCO takes that provisional plan of care and makes it into a service plan with the individual and the providers. Next slide, please. So that was really sort of the very broad picture of that. If you really want to get down in the details, there is this handout, which is the IDD waiver flow chart, which will get you much more down into the weeds about how that last process happens. But when it comes to financial eligibility, the first thing I look at is, has this person been found disabled to Social Security standards? If the person is 19 years or younger, they don't really have to be found disabled by Social Security standards. They just have to pass the functional eligibility at the local CDDO. But if they are 19 years or older, they have to meet the level of disability as defined by the Social Security disability rules. And so a lot of people already come to the waiver with that already done. But if they don't, because mom and dad maybe never applied for them or their income was over the limit, they might have to go through the Social Security disability process before we can open them up on the IDD waiver. The other things that KDHE looks at for the financial eligibility is the income and resource levels. So the resource limit to be approved for the IDD waiver is $2,000. And when I say resources, I'm talking about things like cash, checking, savings accounts, stocks, bonds, life insurance with cash value. All those things have to be less than $2,000. And then when it comes to income, I look to see what their monthly gross income is. The home and community-based income standard as of July the 1st is $2,382. Any person who has income over that will have a cost share which for the HCBS programs is referred to as a client obligation. And it's going to be a monthly amount that they have to pay for the services. With our new higher income standards that we implemented on July 1st, we have very, very few consumers who are actually getting client obligations assigned to them. Another thing about the income and resource level, if we're looking at financial eligibility for a child, there is no resource limit, and that is a CMS rule. And when it comes to a child's income, we don't look at mom and dad's. We only look at the income for the child. Child income, if they have any, is normally a Social Security disability check. So the next handout that I provided is this one, and it's titled HCBS Financial Client Obligation Examples. And I just wanted to go through a few to sort of give you an idea of how we determine that amount. So in my first example, I'm getting a Social Security check of $1,500. I get a $20 disregard, which means the countable income is $1,480. And since this is below the HCBS standard of $2,382, this person would not have any cost share. They would get the Title 19 package plus the layer of HCBS services with no cost share for them. The second example is an example where they're over the income limit. So let's say I have a $2,700 worth of income from Social Security. I get my $20 disregard. So my gross monthly amount is going to be $2,680. I'm going to subtract the HCBS income standard of $2,382, which means I'm going to have a $298 client obligation, which once again is a monthly cost share for these services. The consumer will pay this to a HCBS provider at the beginning of each month, and they will know which HCBS provider to pay that to when the MCO writes the service plan. They will point out these are your providers and this is who you're going to pay the client obligation to. The provider collects the client obligation and then bills United, Sunflower, or Aetna for the balance of their services. And so that's sort of financial eligibility in a nutshell. I will stand for questions.
Russell, thank you for your testimony, and I do see some questions. Senator Gossage.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to understand the difference between the resource limit is 2,000 and the income standard is 2,382. So when you're saying can you just clarify the difference between those two? I was trying to follow.
Okay, very good question. So when it comes to Medicaid eligibility, especially for adults and disabled people, there's two hurdles you have to get over. One is a resource hurdle. What are your assets? And the other one is what does your income look like? So your asset limit is $2,000. If you're a married couple, it's $3,000. And then the income limit is about how much monthly income are you receiving, and is your income below that limit? Did that answer the question?
Would your private home be considered a resource? Would any funds you have in an IRA, just trying to understand how any of that would be considered a resource?
Yep. We look at homes and cars and retirement accounts. They count, but we don't want to make a person homeless just to get them on Medicaid. So if you're living in your home, we exempt it. And so we exempt it. We also exempt one car because we want you to have a car to go to and from the doctor and that kind of stuff. But if you have a vacation home in Branson that you're not living in, that home would count and most likely put you over the $2,000 limit.
And what other things would you consider, or what other form of resource would you consider off the top of your head, other than the one car and a vacation home?
Well, there's cash, even if it's slipped underneath your mattress, savings accounts, checking accounts, stocks, bonds, life insurance with cash value, and we don't count the face value of a whole policy life insurance, but we only count the cash value. If it's term life insurance, it's totally exempt. And so those are the main burial plans. We count those. And when you start talking about burial plans, we really get into the details about that burial plan. And sometimes that's really a hurdle for people to provide us with that information. But the reason we do that is because a lot of the things that are inside of a burial plan are exempt, such as the headstone, opening and closing of the casket. All these type of things are exempt. But to keep it simple, if your burial plan is $10,000 or less and it's an irrevocable burial plan, it's most likely not going to be counted as a resource. And those are the main resources we count, but aren't all of them, but it's most of them.
So assuming that most children, of course, would not have these resources, and we don't count the parents, I would think that most children then would qualify.
Your thinking is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Waymaster. No question? No. Okay. Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the cost share, the HCBS provider that needs to be paid each month, which could be a few $100s, depending on the assets, I suspect could be more than, or income could be more than that. If a person is so disabled they can't physically write the check, how does that process work? Do they have a guardian, somebody that has fiduciary powers? How has that worked out?
Yes.
Just curious.
So your thinking is right there. If a person is not able to pay the client obligation based on their mental capacity, a guardian or a conservator would pay that. Maybe a family medical, or if somebody signed up as a medical representative on the Medicaid application, that person might also be helping that person pay that client obligation.
So is it KDADS that determines that when they're looking at functional eligibility? Is it KDHE person that determines that, or who determines that and sees that that gets done?
That's a good question. I think I would probably have to come back to that or defer that question to our next speaker from KDADS.
Darn, we can't give that to Matt. I'm sorry. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Russell, I see no further questions from any of the committee members. Thank you for your presentation. Committee, next we'll turn our attention to Amy Penrod, Commissioner of Aging and Disability Services and Programs with the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services. She is going to talk about the HCBS IDD waiver functional eligibility. Amy, welcome to the committee.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amy Penrod. I'm the Commissioner of Aging and Disability Community Services and Programs with KDADS. And the first part of my presentation here will talk about eligibility for the intellectual and developmental disability waiver. So starting on slide 2, some of this information has been shared by KLRD, which is great, and I will try to cover the highlights here. Home and community-based services first became available in 1983 when Congress added Section 1915C to the Social Security Act, giving states the option to receive a waiver of Medicaid rules governing institutional care. As Connor mentioned earlier, a 1915C waiver enables states to tailor services to meet the needs of a particular target group. Within these target groups, states are also permitted to establish additional criteria to further target the population to be served with an HCBS waiver. For example, the population can be targeted by age or diagnosis, such as autism, brain injury, physical disability, or intellectual and developmental disability. Eligible individuals must demonstrate the need for a level of care that meet the state's eligibility requirements for services in an institutional setting. States choose the maximum number of people that will be served under an HCBS waiver program. Next slide, please. So for the specifics of the Kansas IDD waiver, Kansas does operate 7 distinct home and community-based service waivers, one of which is the intellectual and developmental disability waiver. The IDD waiver delivers community-based services to individuals age 5 and older who have an intellectual or developmental disability. Those services are designed to assist an individual with IDD maintain their physical and mental health while living in their home or community. And there was a question earlier about why 5 years or older. I would need to go back and see if I can find the very specific history. There are some things that come to mind off the top of my head, and that may be kind of the diagnosis and evaluation tools. Some of the service offerings for this particular waiver are maybe tailored a little bit more to that age group, 5 and older. As I said earlier, just a moment ago, states do have the ability to, tailor these waivers to specific populations and age groups. So at one point or another, the state did elect to make that age distinction for this waiver. Okay, the services offered on the IDD waiver allow participants to live in the community as independently as possible in single residence or group home settings. Services offered are listed here on this slide. Assistive services are supports or items that address a person's needs as documented in their person-centered service plan. These services are designed to enhance an individual's independence or abilities through the purchase of adaptive equipment, assistive technology, or home modification. Adult day supports are out-of-home activities that help adults who are no longer eligible for school services maintain or increase their abilities, productivity, independence, integration, and community participation. And then there are several others, probably one that's you'll hear a lot about as far as workforce and things, the personal care services. That provides supervision and or physical assistance with instrumental activities of daily living and activities of daily living, health maintenance activities, and in some cases, socialization and recreation. Next slide, please. Okay. Generally speaking, as Russell from KDHE mentioned earlier, he covered the financial eligibility process. This slide kind of details the process as a whole. We do look at, for functional eligibility, we look at an individual's need and diagnosis to see if he or she is eligible for the particular waiver that they're applying. For an IDD waiver, the CDDOs, or the Community Developmental Disability Organizations, conduct this assessment. Then, of course, financial eligibility looks at an individual's eligibility for CanCare to pay for services. If an individual is approved for an HCBS waiver, CanCare looks only at the income and assets of the person who will receive the services. So Russell had mentioned that earlier as well. For waiver financial eligibility, only that person's assets and income are considered. And then to start and maintain services, the selected MCO will work with the individual to assess needs and develop a plan of care. Individuals that are enrolled in HCBS waivers are reassessed annually for continued eligibility. So generally speaking, in order to maintain HCBS waiver eligibility, an individual must use at least one waiver service monthly. They must participate in their annual assessment to see if their needs have changed. They must participate in updating their person-centered service plan at least annually, and then renew their CanCare application as requested. And next slide, please. Okay, there is a single point of entry for the HCBS IDD waiver program in Kansas. That is through the Community Developmental Disability Organizations, or CDDOs. They evaluate the functional and programmatic eligibility and will work with the participant and their family to access services from a variety of community service providers in that area. Again, we have the criteria for eligibility for the IDD waiver. An individual must be 5 years of age or older, have a diagnosis made by a licensed healthcare professional. They must be determined eligible by the CDDO, must meet the Medicaid long-term care threshold. Again, that's the level of care needed for an institutional care placement, and then they must be financially eligible for Medicaid. Next slide. Okay, the role of the CDDOs. The CDDOs, as required by the Kansas Developmental Disabilities Reform Act, a CDDO has been designated for each area of the state. A CDDO plays a really vital role in this system of care for our individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So here I've provided several of their functions, which would provide for a single point of entry for services. They do evaluate eligibility for IDD services. They coordinate access to services and supports. They can assist individuals in choosing service options. They provide information and referral services. They do maintain a network of affiliate providers, and then maintain contact with the individuals on our HCBS waiting list, and participate in capacity planning. And then the next slide shows you a map of our 27 CDDOs. That will give you an idea of which CDDO has a catchment area, which catchment area is theirs. And that concludes my remarks on the eligibility process, and I can stand for questions.
Amy, thank you. I do see some questions. Representative Ballard.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. You indicated that the consumer has to use at least one benefit or waiver or whatever. What if they don't use it in September, but they needed it in October? I mean, what's going to happen if they don't use it?
Generally, right now, during the public health crisis, we have a waiver for that particular requirement. So currently, under our Appendix K, nothing would happen if an individual does not receive at least one waiver service a month. Under quote-unquote normal circumstances, if an individual does not receive at least one waiver service per month, the expectation would be that the MCO would be contacting the individual, figuring out why services aren't being used. And again, the service offerings are anything from, it could be medical alert, it could be personal care services, it could be targeted case management. Well, targeted case management is a state plan service, wellness monitoring, supported employment, specialized medical care. There's quite a variety. So the expectation then would be that the MCO or the care coordinator would reach out and make sure that their plan of care is appropriate for the individual and that they are getting the services that they need.
Well, Mr. Chairman, she answered my second question about what were those services that were provided. Thank you very much.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of your points was that these folks can age out at 22. Does it take that long to diagnose someone?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't believe I had indicated that they age out at 22. I do think that the diagnosis has to be made prior to age 22.
Right, so if they get to be 23 and haven't been diagnosed, they won't be, but that's, my question is
Yes.
does this, I mean, generally I would think they would be diagnosed early on.
Typically, I believe that is the case. I believe it would be relatively rare for an individual to make it to age 22 or 23 without a diagnosis. However, we occasionally will see that.
So if that happens, then they would age out if they're on the wait list.
If they're on the wait list, they have already been deemed functionally eligible, or they were deemed functionally eligible at the time they were put on the wait list. So they would have already had that diagnosis at the time they were put on the wait list.
So it's pretty rare then. Thank you.
Yes.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there some exceptions, for example, a citizen who may be living overseas and they don't come back until they are, and they weren't diagnosed overseas, but they have a disability or a child has a disability, and then they move back and it sort of follows Senator Billinger's question. Do we make exceptions when we have those sorts of situations?
I'm not sure that I've ever had that particular scenario. However, if we were able to, I think just generally, thinking through that scenario, if that were presented to me today, my response would be if we had documentation, medical documentation of some sort that would indicate perhaps IQ tests. There's lots of different ways to kind of go about this. We may be able to figure out a way to get them taken care of.
Good. My other question, this is a picky question, and it's been a long time since Representative Ballard had me on Social Services Budget Committee, so this is a good review for me. We mentioned 14 services, and your list has 13. Is there one missing, or is it just approximately 14, and 13 is approximately 14?
I may have missed one.
That's probably the one I'll need when I qualify for ethics.
These are probably the most widely used are the ones that I jotted down.
Just
so I can double check on that for you, sir. But yeah, these are the most commonly used of the menu of services that are offered.
They sound really inclusive, but it piqued my curiosity if there was one that I wasn't thinking of. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the length of the wait list and that 5 is the minimum age, are children able to be evaluated and start going through the eligibility process before the age of 5? Or do they have to wait until 5 to start that evaluation process?
They will not be placed on the waiting list until they are age 5 or older. So they would not be evaluated for the IDD waiver until they are of that age. That's not to say there are not other services offered. I think the CDDOs could speak at probably great length about the services they provide, the programmatic services outside of the waiver that they provide to individuals who are below the age of 5, and also the individuals on the waiting list that are waiting for HCBS services.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Amy, just a kind of a clarification question for me. I've heard, you know, the process of filing for it in their diagnosis date. Someone can be diagnosed as soon as they were born. Would that be their diagnostic date? That's when they were diagnosed, so that's the date you would go by. Even though they don't qualify, they would still be able to qualify. They don't have to go back for more exams or anything if they've already been diagnosed. And then on the flip side, if they're diagnosed at that early or before 22, if they did move away, or even if they're not in this country or in this state, but they are diagnosed in a different state or a different country, that diagnosis still goes with them. They've already been diagnosed. That's the important date, correct?
Yes, if they've got a diagnosis by a qualified licensed professional, that would count. I'm not a clinician, so answering some of the more detailed questions about how someone might be diagnosed would be a little beyond my scope. But yes, at whatever point in time that diagnosis is made, as would allow that individual then to qualify for the waiver once they are of age.
So that's the most important date for them, is when they're diagnosed, if they're getting up to the 22 or whatever. So whatever age it is they apply for benefits is irrelevant. It's when they were diagnosed. That's why I wanted to clarify and make sure I was thinking correctly.
Well, the age they apply and go through that eligibility process would be the date then that they'd be added to the IDD wait list. And so, yes, as long as their diagnosis was made before the age of 22, they would have all of the documentation needed to be able to be placed on that waiting list. If an individual, for example, were to wait until age 2020 to apply, then the date of their application, along with all their documentation, would be the date they're added to the waiting list. So it wouldn't necessarily be the date they were diagnosed that would determine their place on the wait list. It's the date they actually are applying and are found eligible.
Thank you for that clarification. Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a statement more than a question. I believe age 4 is the youngest that you can be in order to receive the IQ test. So the diagnosis, it consists of having an IQ test, and then you receive the diagnosis. So I think age 4 is the youngest, unless tests have advanced a lot. But why we picked 5, I don't know. But 4 is probably the youngest that you can be to undergo an IQ test.
Senator Hawk.
Another rookie question. Thank you. Who keeps the documentation? Is it the family that has to keep it? Is it the doctor's office? Is it KDHE? Is it KDADS?
At the time of application, the CDDO, as they do that assessment, they collect that information, and they would have that record. I think the expectation would also be that the family would likely maintain that documentation for future reference, but the CDDO initiates and maintains that documentation file, and that is transmitted and uploaded with their application to KDADS.
And how do we know that, and I'm probably going way too far here, how do we know that those documents are accurate? Are they verified in some way? Is it a judgment of the person who's doing it? I can't imagine people not having accurate documents, but I just wonder about, and then we have concerns about fraud in Medicaid, of course.
Sure. So medical documentation, we would generally expect that to be on a physician's letterhead or some other, official type of communication. There are occasions where we receive documentation that is not, that doesn't appear to be on some kind of official letterhead or something else that we can tie to a licensed professional. So we do ask for that. That is part of the steps that our program manager does take as she's looking at that documentation.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need a clarification. For someone who moves to the state of Kansas and they bring their documentation and everything else, I guess my first question is, how long do they have to be in Kansas? Do we have a time limit that you have to be here to be eligible for our services? And then do we then check back with whoever wrote that in that particular state to find out if it's current?
An individual would be eligible for CanCare the day one of residing in Kansas. So they could make application for CanCare and for a waiver potentially on day one of living here. As far as verifying prior documentation from, say, another state, et cetera, again, we use the same type of kind of litmus test. I do not have my program manager go and verify every single piece of documentation. The CDDOs also review that documentation, but I can be fairly confident that neither the CDDOs nor KDADs have the ability then to go and hunt that all down. I would say that fraudulent documentation is not something that we have run across. I don't know of any folks, but very few folks would be interested in going through all of this just to.
Okay. My question was not that part of checking to see was it fraudulent, but it was to verify there might be some things there that we don't have the same codes for anything else. Would they, refer back to that? But now this raises another question for me. If you can apply from day one when you got here, and that's for any of those 7 waivers, we could have people coming in and applying and getting on this waiting list that we know increases all the time by people that just arrived in the state of Kansas. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Amy, I do not see any further questions. Well, we have a late one from Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you're used to me in this category of late questions. How big a problem is it on our border counties with people who may, as you say, move in one day, maybe they lived in Missouri on Monday and now they live in Kansas on Tuesday, and on Friday they're back in Missouri. Is that an issue in terms of our border counties and keeping track of people and knowing that the waiting list is accurate and being able to provide services if people frequently move from one state to the other?
Sure. So I would say that based on the fact that our waiting list is 9.5 years, there really aren't folks moving to the state of Kansas to be added to our waiver. I mean, they know that they're going to have to wait for quite some time. So it's not so much a risk, I don't think, of border hopping to try to get services because there is that wait list. We do work with the CDDOs on at least a biannual basis, so at least twice a year, to go through our wait list to make sure that those individuals have been contacted, that we have current contact information for them, that they are still interested in receiving the services and want to maintain their place on the waiting list.
Are those border states, do they have a 9.5-year wait list also?
I don't.
Or long?
I'm not familiar with, for example, Missouri and what their structure is. I don't believe that they have the same issues that we do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hawk. And that kind of pops a question for me. If Missouri doesn't have the same wait list issues that we have we looked at Missouri to see what they are doing and we are not doing, or vice versa? It's causing that?
Yeah, so as I get a little bit further into the wait list portion of my presentation, we have looked at a couple of other states. We've got some thoughts and ideas. We are very open and willing and wanting to collaborate with our stakeholders to develop a plan for Kansas. I think that it's very important that Kansas is a little bit unique in our structure and the way that our system is developed. We'd like to be able to have all those stakeholders and our participants at the table as we're working through this. And I'd say that one place, and I'll talk a little bit more about this in this next segment, is data and the need for additional data on our wait list and the services those folks need so that we can plan for the most appropriate path forward.
Amy, thank you very much. And I do not see any further questions. So if you want to go ahead and move into the wait list portion of your presentation.
Sure. Okay, so slide number 10. As we've heard a little earlier, we have, at least in August, we had 9,107 individuals enrolled in services for the IDD waiver. We had 4,563 individuals on the waiting list as of the end of August. The waiting list amount of time is 9.5 years. So as of August 21, I think the individual who had been waiting the longest for services was added on April 11th, 2012, which is approximately the 9.5 year wait list. And then I also thought it important to include that approximately 70% of individuals on our waiting list do qualify for the regular medical card. So they do have the Medicaid card. They are just not able to receive the waiver services. Okay, slide 11. This table illustrates the average monthly caseload for the IDD waiver since 1998. And slide 12. This table illustrates the number of individuals on the IDD waitlist in December of each calendar year. So that's the point we chose for plotting the graph. There was a waitlist, as was mentioned earlier. There was a waitlist maintained for individuals on the waiver, but who were not getting all of the services that they needed. This was called the underserved list. So for example, an individual may have needed residential services or supports and were only getting in-home personal care services. So they were receiving some, but not all of the services they required. CMS did review that, and at the time we brought IDD into CanCare, the underserved list was we were told from CMS that we could not maintain that, nor should we. And we ended up having, at the time we went into CanCare, funding was added to the budget. Each MCO went out and reviewed the plan of care for each of those individuals, and each individual that was on the underserved wait list or underserved list was brought into full service. So they were able to receive everything that they required on their plan of care. So the underserved waiting list was ended as we brought IDD into KinCare in 2014. So you can see that underserved list is in green, and it is eliminated in 2014. Next slide. Okay, so there are ways for an individual to get onto the waiver and get waiver services regardless of the wait list. So individuals meeting a crisis or exception criteria are allowed to enter the waiver and kind of bypass that waiting list. The following circumstances are those that would qualify. A person can enter via crisis if they have documentation from a law enforcement or DCF supporting the person's need for protection from abuse, neglect, or exploitation. Documentation substantiating the person is a significant or imminent risk of performing self-harm or harm to others. And then exception requests are a little bit different, but still a way to acquire HCBS services. So individuals that are in custody of DCF can access the IDD waiver program for the purpose of addressing non-supervision support needs related to their IDD diagnosis. Persons that have been determined to be at imminent risk of coming into the custody of DCF, individuals transitioning from DCF custody, and then persons previously on the IDD waiver that are transferring back to the waiver from the work program that KDHE operates. So CDDOs are responsible for providing the supporting documentation necessary to render a determination for a crisis request. And then I would note that further detail on the crisis and exception process can be found in our IDD crisis and exception policy that's located on our website. And next, I wanted to provide some demographics of our waiver and waitlist population. The charts on slide 15 provide an age breakdown for individuals enrolled in the IDD waiver, and that's the chart on the left, and separately the age breakdown of individuals on the IDD waiting list, and that's the chart on the right. Next, the charts on slide 16 represent the gender makeup of individuals on the IDD waiver, and that's the chart on the left, and separately the IDD waiting list, which is the chart on the right. Okay. Next, KDADS was asked to look at the state of Louisiana and how they were able to eliminate their waiting list for services. As of April 2018, Louisiana reported that it had eliminated its wait list for specialized services. To accomplish this, Louisiana developed a tiered waiver program that prioritized the individuals with urgent need for receiving the most appropriate home and community-based services, rather than the approach of first come, first served. The state uses a tool called the Screening for Urgency of Need, or SUN, to determine the urgency of an individual's need for waiver services. It should be noted that urgency of need in Louisiana is not solely based on the severity or complexity of the person's disability. The supports currently in place, supports needed, and any overall changes in the person's life or living situation are also considered. So the tool breaks out the level of need as follows, and that's listed there for you from 0 to 4, with 4 being emergent and 0 being no unmet needs. So the way they've handled this is everyone in tiers 3 and 4 are offered the most appropriate services and supports. Individuals on that have been evaluated for tiers 0 through 2 are placed on a registry to be reassessed at predetermined levels or intervals. This reassessment does occur, I think on slide 18. This assessment does reoccur at a predetermined interval with an urgent assessment done every year, critical every 2 years if they're in the planning tier, every 3 years, and if an individual's needs were met, then their assessment would be every 5 years. Essentially, Louisiana's model traded a waiting list for a registry, as not every individual receives services at the time they are assessed as functionally eligible for one of the IDD programs. It should be noted that Louisiana's waiver program for IDD consists of 5 separate waivers, 3 designed to serve children and 2 designed to serve adults, which is in contrast with Kansas's single waiver to serve both children and adults. Though the Louisiana model in and of itself may not be a solution for Kansas, my team at KDADS has been thinking about possible steps Kansas could take to impact the IDD waitlist. We've been considering what data would be useful in order to make data-driven decisions on this issue, which we are building into the waitlist study that I will talk about next. One idea that we have discussed would be the creation of a children's waiver that would serve children with diagnosis of autism and IDD. The service menu could then be tailored to the needs of children and could potentially have a lower monthly cost depending on the services to be offered, allowing more individuals to receive needed services with the state's investment. I should also note that there are a lot of factors to be considered aside from services and particular waivers. We have some significant barriers with capacity, which I know you'll get into, and we'll get into a little bit more when we talk about workforce. A lot of these issues, or our solution, is going to have to encompass a lot more factors than simply a particular waiver design. It is going to be the services, it's going to be the provider network, it's going to be rates, it's going to be a lot of things are going to have to come together to develop our solution. So for the waitlist study that we're planning, as we've said, there's over 4,500 individuals on the waiting list for the IDD waiver. And while we can track basic information, there is a lot that is unknown about individuals with IDD on the waiting list. There is not a process established to gather information about current needs or anticipated needs over the next time period, for example, 5 years. Further, a significant number of people are moving off of the waiting list because of a crisis. And experiencing a crisis as the mechanism for accessing services is not ideal for individuals in crisis or their families. Additionally, crisis enrollment does make it very difficult for CDDOs and our community service providers to plan for effective supports and services. A system for monitoring the needs of people on the waiting list, including their current and future needs, is critical for the state to develop effective services and to plan for those services for people with IDD. So the overall goal of this project, the waitlist study, would be to gather the data to inform data-driven decision-making in planning to effectively serve individuals on the waiting list, leading to better outcomes for Kansas and Kansans with IDD and their communities. This project will support system capacity building and further implementation of Kansas's Employment First law, since we do believe it would inform us of the number of individuals with an intellectual or developmental disability who are ready to work with appropriate supports in place. Benefits for the waitlist study would include the ability to document the needs of people coming off of the waiting list and to potentially identify and prevent crisis situations leading to immediate service needs, the ability to predict service needs at the system and CDDO level currently and up to 5 years out so that we can plan for appropriate services over time and implement them. the ability to track important trends such as health and employment status of people on the waiting list on a statewide basis to better understand the existing support needs, the ability to monitor and understand support needs of individuals on the wait list that could potentially inform and help us with planning to reduce the number of individuals on the waiting list for services. And finally, and last but not least, the ability to make data-informed decisions about system funding needs. This project will place the state in a better position and make the state better equipped to make data-driven funding decisions, and providers will be in a better position to develop data-driven strategic plans. And that concludes my presentation on the waitlist itself. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Amy, thank you. I do have a couple, and just probably more commentary on the first part than a question. Everybody understands data is king. You know, without data, or accurate and proper data, it's hard to be very effective. And unfortunately, it's apparent that our state in this category has not understood that in the past. Looking forward to that improving, because it's hard to sit back and think you have a waiting list of thousands of people when all you know is their name, age, and date of birth and where they live, and not knowing what their needs and how you're going to plan to start fulfilling those needs. So I appreciate the step that you guys are going to take in moving that forward. So Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the first question that I have, I'm a little intrigued about the plan that Louisiana enacted in order to eliminate their wait list. And since the state of Louisiana has a larger population than the state of Kansas, when they began this plan, how many individuals were on their wait list?
That is a good question. I think I've got that in my records, but I don't have it in front of me. I think one important, since you asked the question about their process, I think one of the most important things, kind of lessons, if you will, from Louisiana that we could take and adopt here in Kansas is the fact that they spent, I believe it was at least 2 years, really gathering information, bringing stakeholders together, system planning, and really collaborating to set the state up for a successful kind of transition to the model that they chose.
So have we ever been proactive in contacting the architects of the Louisiana model and trying to have that implemented, or how we could have that implemented in the state of Kansas?
Yes, we've reached out to them. That's how I have the information that I do have about their model. I think that we have had additional conversations with some of our stakeholders here in Kansas. I think that I would have to let them speak for themselves, in particular about the exact model that Louisiana implemented and whether they feel like that would be appropriate for Kansas. But I do believe there would be wide support for using the kind of the planning and the process model that Louisiana laid out with heavy stakeholder engagement.
So in April of 2018, they had reported that they had eliminated their wait list. Mm-hmm. How long did it take prior to 2018 to have that report saying that it was eliminated?
That I don't know, but I will find out for you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Waymaster. You're not the first one, so probably not going to be the last. So, Amy, and if you would, when you get that information, would you get it to staff so they can disperse that out to the other members? I think that would be good information to have. Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Slide 15, I think one of the big variables that we get to fill the gap on is how many people are actually looking for services now. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm concerned
person on the wait list, you know, because it's going to take 10 years.
Right.
And so, do we have any information whatsoever about how many are on our 4,500 person wait list that are just there to hold a space for when they need services?
So specifically, as they move along, as time moves on, after they're placed on that wait list, we do not do regular reassessments. At one point in the past, I cannot remember how many years ago, the CDDOs, I believe, used to do annual reassessments. We reassessed everyone on the waiting list. At one point, that practice was eliminated as I believe, a budget issue due to lack of funding. So we do the assessment at the time they are placed on the waiting list, and then unless the CDDO has a reason to or has been requested to provide an additional assessment, they would be reassessed at the time that they have a space ready for them. So that information in the interim is a gap that we would like to fill with this building a system for collecting that data with this waitlist study.
And this study will provide that.
That is the aim, is to make sure that we have good understanding of the service needs, both currently and projecting into the future for the individuals on the waiting list, and that we can maintain that ability.
Another question would be on the slide. You know, I've kind of spent some time on the Louisiana model, and it looks like a good idea, but you were talking about the crisis, how many people, you say, it says a significant number of people. How many is significant number of people?
So one of the last times I checked, which has not been too long ago, my program manager for the IDD waiver indicated that she has an average, or has had an average of approximately 50 crisis or exception requests each quarter. So over a course of a year, that would be 200 spaces or slots that are being filled by an individual in crisis or coming on the waiver via an exception.
Yeah, I think the last I looked, it was like 250 is what we can take every year in that deal there. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Representative Reese, Lynn, and then Ballard.
Hi. Amy, on the demographics, on 15 and 17 and 16, do you have a demographics or data on people who are duly diagnosed, those that have a severe mental illness and have the intellectual disability, and how they are, what kind of services, you know, they're probably getting mental health services, but not the other?
I do believe we have some information about diagnosis. We do track that in our eligibility system. However, that would be somewhat limited in the fact that it would be at the time they were assessed, the diagnosis would be entered, and then at any point in time that they were reassessed. And so the potential for a gap for individuals on the waiting list would exist. For individuals on the waiver that have that regular reassessment, that information would be available.
Another question, Mr. Chair. Are there children receiving SED services and mental health and are also on this waiting list?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that would be interesting, at least I know for me. I'm sure that people would find it interesting to know what those numbers kind of look like.
Do you want me to try? I think mine's working.
Oh, now we've got it. Okay, Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several going through my head, but I'll just ask this one for now. So CMS doesn't allow the I guess, wait list for underserved. But are you able to verify that in reality, those who are receiving services are actually receiving the services that they qualify for?
So I think that, and you'll hear more about this as this testimony goes on, for a variety of reasons. There are individuals that have services on their plan of care that are not being fulfilled, mostly due to lack of direct service workers and providers for those services. That is something that we are working through. I think with every industry is experiencing some difficulty currently, but I think that some of our providers and associations and even some of the participants could tell you a little bit about that they are not receiving 100% of, for example, the hours that they have been allocated in their plan of care. And that's usually simply due to the workforce.
And if I may, one more. So you have the exceptions to allow people to come off of the wait list and kind of jump ahead. How often does that happen? And do you have concerns that it's overused?
So it is used an average, I think we fill approximately 200 spaces per year, about 50 per quarter, via an exception or crisis process. Is it overused? Yes. Not overused in that the people don't need it. I wouldn't classify it in that regard, but overused in the fact that that is the only avenue to get onto this waiver and to get services. So if we did not have a 9.5-year waiting list, we would have more movement. Folks would come on, and we'd have likely fewer individuals getting to that point of crisis to where then they have to go through this crisis process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Lynn touched on one of my questions. Of this 4,500 Kansans that are on the waiting list, all right, so that list would go from whatever, if you stop counting in August, from that list going forward, okay? So we know how long they've been on the list, right?
Right.
We know the services that they were diagnosed with, that we approved. We know that.
We know what their needs were at the time they were assessed.
But we haven't gone back to see, do they still have those needs or do they have additional needs?
Correct.
We haven't done that. So if we looked on 18, at least I'm looking at 18, and we looked at the reassessments, it seems to me that the Louisiana one is really looking at the reassessments to make sure that they know what that person who applied might need. Do we have anything that says we are really treating the most urgent needs on that list right now?
So generally we operate on a first come, first served, but if they qualify through that crisis process, that would be serving the individuals with the most critical need. Otherwise, an individual is added onto the waiver when we get additional funding to make waiver offers. So no, Kansas operates generally with the first come, first served methodology.
So that means in essence that for someone who applied 2 years ago, they may be more urgent, meaning they need it now, but because they have so many people ahead of them, we're not really treating that.
That would be correct, unless they ended up qualifying for a crisis exception, and then they would kind of go through that evaluation and hop to the front of the line.
Okay, and now if we look at this other one you have, is that okay, Mr. Chairman? I'm proceeding. The structure. Louisiana has 5 separate programs for IDD. We only have 1. So we could have a substantial number in the 4,500 that fits in that category. So, I mean, that to me makes the list even longer. I mean, because, I mean, the categories of how you get your treatment. Do we have anything that says of the IDD, even though we haven't separated them into the different categories? Are we treating them that way because all of them on ID would not be needing the same thing?
No, currently individuals that are on the IDD waiver are eligible to receive the services they need that are on our menu, per se, of services. So whether they need 1 or 2 of the services on that list that I shared earlier, or if they needed 6 or 7 of those services. So that does lend to some of the discussions I've had internally, with my team about how we might be able to address some of the issues with the waiting list. We really are anxious to get some data to kind of bear out some of what we are hypothesizing, but for individuals, children could potentially benefit from a slightly altered or a different menu of services that may potentially, depending on the services we were to pick, have a more efficient cost, and thus then we would be able to separate perhaps our adult and children and perhaps get more bang for our buck. I say that as kind of, we've had this internal discussion. We're trying to figure out and think about potential ways forward on this. We have come to the conclusion, and the Secretary has come to the conclusion that this waitlist study is critical. We want to be sure that we are making decisions that are based on the facts and the needs. And we want to do that in collaboration with our partners, our stakeholders.
I think we would all agree that this waiting list is needed, and not to be too morbid, but factual at this point. Do we keep a list of how many people that have been on the list and passed away while they were on the list?
Yes.
Is that a substantial number?
I think most folks would think even 1 is too many. I can give you those numbers. I would say maybe 20 or 30 per year, if I'm recalling correctly. That's a significant number to me.
I think that's a substantial number. I heard it was around that level, but you're right. Just 1 would be too many. But in this case, I think I personally would hesitate if my mom or my son or someone needed it to get on this list when I knew it may be 10 years before. And for that reason, if that were the only reason, we have to do something about this waiting list so people will have hope. Because I don't know how you can have hope when you're looking 10 years in the face. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize if these questions have already been asked. Apparently, the credit card company didn't like my trying to buy a Diet Dr. Pepper from the vending machine downstairs. So they cut off my card. I didn't like that. Anyways.
Waiting list for that?
No, actually, I had a husband calling me. He was trying, anyways, I apologize. On page 10 of your testimony, the 70%, can you just elaborate a little bit so that everyone understands why one qualifies for the can care but not the waiver?
Sure. So the medical card, the can care, would be they're based on their qualifying for that would be based on their financial eligibility only. So that would be and I'd have to rely more heavily on KDHE as the financial eligibility experts, but that would rely on their family income to determine. Now, if the family is lower income, they may very well qualify for that medical card, and that would allow them to get their regular doctor's appointments, prescriptions, et cetera, the kind of the regular medical insurance. An individual would then, even if they qualify functionally for the waiver because of the wait list, you know, they may sit on that wait list. They can still go visit their physician, but they're not going to get the personal care services, the assistance with ADLs and IADLs that are really needed for an individual to live independently in the community.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then on page 14, and I think when I walked back in, I heard a little bit of discussion on this, is that the exceptions then put those on a wait list further down the list, correct?
If they qualify for an exception and apply, then they would be added into services ahead of the wait list. So they would receive services before.
Right, which would move those that are currently on the wait list down.
Yes.
Okay. Then the average, do we know approximately the average numbers of exceptions per year that occur then?
I believe that is included in the 50 per quarter, so about 200 to 250 in total. But I can try to get that breakdown between the crisis and the exception.
I think that would be good, maybe chart that out a little bit for us, like you went back on the, was that, how many years did you go back? The wait list history sheet on page 12. If we can do something like that. If not, that's okay. Just go back as far as you can.
Okay.
All right. And then trying to recollect correctly, we cannot do partial services for individuals. So if they qualify for 10, but we can serve 5 of those, we can't do that. Is that correct? Or we can?
If they qualify for the waiver at all, they would be eligible to receive any of the services on the waiver, so long as they were necessary in their plan of care.
Right, but I'm saying is, if a person only qualifies for, let's say they just qualify for 5, and we have slots open for those particular 5 services, we can't.
No.
It's either all or none.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah, it's a kind of a comprehensive shot there.
Okay, and then in this wait number, do we know the number of people that have signed up early because they are aware of a wait list? And how many of those are on here? So they're not necessarily in need as crucial as others, because they're just getting on that list so that they're on the...
So each of the individuals that are added to the wait list are determined functionally eligible, which means at the time they are determined eligible, they do meet the level of care threshold for institutional care. Now, for children, that may not mean that their family is ready to make that kind of a step or needs that level of intensity, but they would qualify for it at that time. With the way that our waiver is structured, we do not, and the wait list is structured, we do not differentiate between whether someone is on the wait list and has a need within 0 to 3 months, or whether they have a need within 5 to 10 years, or they have a need within 2 years. No. That would be one of the goals for this wait list study, to collect that type of data so that we can predict and determine what services are needed right now, and then what services will be needed 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line, not only so that we understand the needs of the people that are currently waiting, but we can help build that capacity in the right places within the system.
And this isn't on you at all. It's just, this is nothing new, and I think Representative Ballard can say the same thing. We've heard this since 1997 on these wait lists out there. So just, how fast can this study happen?
So we are very fortunate that we have this opportunity with the 10% FMAP enhancement that the state has applied for. Our plan is still pending CMS approval, but one of the projects that we have proposed is this waitlist study. And we have talked with a lot of our community partners. I know that there are parties that are interested and ready, willing, and able to provide the service. We have a RFP that is in internal review before it can be posted, but we do have to submit an RFP and get bids for the project. So the internal process is very close to being completed, and as soon as CMS provides the green light, we can move that forward, get a contractor hired, and start getting this data.
So it could be a year to 2 years possibly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I too had on page 10, as Representative Landwehr had asked, about the 70%. I guess I was surprised that we had heard in the initial testimony today as to how one qualifies and the 2,000 resource and the limited income. So I would assume then these 30% that are currently not receiving Medicaid services would be eligible for those Medicaid services. Do we have any idea why they're not receiving them or why they've chosen not to?
They might not be eligible if they are children with families, because the family income would be calculated into that. So that might be a child with 2 working parents that would not meet that income threshold.
So it's a different income threshold for the Medicaid services than it is for the waiver?
It is in that when the numbers are the same, but when you're applying for regular medical, it's the household income that is taken into account, whereas when you're applying for a waiver, it is only that individual that's receiving the services whose income is counted.
Thank you,
So
that's very helpful.
If it's a child, then they wouldn't have, likely would not have income, and therefore would be able to qualify for the waiver, but maybe not for regular medical until they access it through the waiver.
Thank you. On page 15, we have some people who are 65 plus that are receiving those services, so I'm assuming that those would be dual eligible folks through there. Are there any of those services that could be offered through Medicare as opposed through this system to where maybe they could be moved out and put some of the people on the waiver in?
I think that the distinction and what might not be readily apparent with these services are that they are really meant to help that individual live inclusive, life in the community like you or I do, to be able to go grocery shopping, to cook your own food, to live in your own home or where you choose, as opposed to that medical aspect that a lot of insurance and Medicare is going to cover, is the doctor's appointments, the prescriptions, that medical model. This is really meant to be quality of life type services.
Thank you. And then I have a question about, we have all these people on this waiting list. As Senator Landwehr said, it's been a very long time that they've been on the waiting list. But in looking at the 2 charts, it's easy to see that those on the waiting list are significantly younger than those that are currently on and using those services. So I had a similar question, but I'll phrase it a little bit differently. We know that the barrier is cost. The barrier is cost of putting all these people on, and I've heard huge numbers. Can you give us a number if we were to add everybody today that's on this waiting list? Do you have any idea what that number would be?
I do have that. I believe it's in the 200 million plus, but I would want to say that if you wrote me a check today for that, I still could not serve the 4,500 people that are on that wait list. And the reason for that is system capacity. So we don't have enough providers to all of a sudden serve that number. So we really need a very systematic, very strategic analysis and plan to get us to where we can take people off the waiting list and there will be services that they need available for them. So we need to build system capacity. I think you'll hear from some of the other conferees that will include issues like rates and reimbursements. And then just the simple appropriation, that you give to the Department for Aging and Disability Services. I just wanted to be clear that you could appropriate us that funding, but it's going to take a more comprehensive plan than that to get folks off of the waiting list and into services.
So given that, if I were the parent of one of these young people that have been waiting 9 to 10 years on this plan, and I see 200 to 225 other people that were added due to the crisis that you said sometimes is overused, I think that there could be some people that are very upset about that, and understandably so. And so therefore, one has to ask, if you had room for these 200 and 225 people, why didn't we take 2 or 225 people off the waiting list?
So,
how are we able to do that?
Sure. We do have, it's a relatively, I don't want to say complicated mechanism, but all of the numbers in our waiver and what's approved in our waiver are kind of get added up to this total amount that we can serve. At any given point in time, we may have one slot or 2 slots, but we also know that there are going to be these exceptions and these crises. And so in order to stay within our appropriation, there is a kind of a reserve capacity. Now, that's never more than, a very, very small handful. If I ever have 50 slots open, anything like that, then I'm going to be looking at an offer round. But typically, the only time we would get to that type of situation where we would have a significant chunk that we could make offers to folks on the waiting list would be after we've had an additional appropriation for that.
So then my final question, Mr. Chair, is, and it goes back again to what Representative Landwehr was saying, which is, if we know that somebody only needs 1, 2, or 3 of the services and somebody else needs the full 13 or 14, would there be any way that we could say it would be easier to add these people on instead of them waiting for these 10 years? Not to say we're going to completely bump all those people up, and because you have a lot of issues, you've got to wait longer than everybody else. But it would seem that the appropriation would be less that would be used. Is that ever taken into consideration rather than here's just the list? No, and I can understand why Louisiana had put people in those tiers.
Yeah, so with one single waiver, as we're operating right now, it's kind of an all or nothing. Other states have developed different methods. As I had mentioned earlier, with the appropriate data to back it up, perhaps a second children's waiver might be appropriate, and they would not need adult residential to be on that menu. They would not need some of those adult services, but perhaps the more children-centered services could be tailored, and perhaps it would cost less, so that any investment would have more impact.
You could add 2 or 3 children off of that waiting list compared to maybe 1 adult, and those would be 2 separate waiting lists.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, it really depends on how we structure kind of our roadmap moving forward to solve this.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of following some of Senator Gossett's questions, but I want to make sure I understand the big concept. So we have people on the waiting list, and if they come off the waiting list for services, those are home and community-based services, HCBS services. What about the people that can't wait? I may be thinking more frail elderly that need to go to nursing home, or maybe as was mentioned, some of those behavioral mental health things may have to go to state hospital. That's an option too, right?
It would be, the waiting list or being on the waiting list would not preclude an individual from from choosing or needing an institutional level of care.
And they don't need CDDO approval to do that.
There are some, not CDDO approval, but there are some, regulations, federal PASSAR that would be required. They have to meet the level of need for that nursing care, et cetera. But permission, not necessarily, other than that, meeting those minimum thresholds.
So the people you talked about on slide 13, the crisis requests, those emergencies might be harm to self or others, they're getting HCBS services, not institutional services.
Correct.
The 200
Yes.
per year, roughly.
Yes.
Do we have any idea of how many people on the 4,500 waiting list actually, we asked about those that may die and not need service. Do we have any idea how many of them actually get institutional care in terms of a nursing home or a state hospital?
I believe the categories that we track regularly are, as far as coming off of the wait list, are either placed into HCBS services, deceased, or other. And I'd have to double check to see what other entails. We don't have a whole lot of those.
I'd be interested on how many. I guess part of the argument about why this is a good idea to have a waiver is you don't have to pay for the extra cost of institutionalizing somebody for that care. And then I had one question that I'm trying to remember from Ways and Means and our tour of the state hospitals. Is it true if you're on a medical card that if you get institutionalized at Osawatomie or Larned that you lose those medical card benefits and the state has to pick those up?
I believe so, yes. Those, they are institutions for mental disease, and they fall into that IMD exclusion. It's regularly referred to as an IMD exclusion. So the Medicaid cannot pay for that service.
And same for prison.
Correct.
So you do that. So it's really good then that we have this crisis procedure because those people get to keep their medical card and also get the waiver services.
Yep.
So that really is a cost saving. Okay. I think I'm beginning to understand this a little better. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Right. Thank you for all the questions, committee. Amy, I do not see any further, so we will move to our next topic on the agenda. Committee, we were about 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Now we're about 10 minutes behind schedule. So if we could keep our questions more direct on future conferees, that would be appreciative so we can get back on schedule. And conferees, if you would, please keep in mind, we do have a copy of your presentation. It would be greatly appreciative not to read your presentation because all of us up here are reading it already or have already read it, and we don't need to read it again. So if you could just really touch on the high points of what your topic is or what your testimony is, it would be greatly appreciative. First up, for presentations from providers and organizations on the IDD wait list, Matt Fletcher, Executive Director of InterHab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you don't mind, Nick and myself, we'd like to compare or combine our presentation times this morning in order to give you a joint presentation on our recommendations. Again, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here in front of you today. And first and foremost, thank you for this opportunity to take a deep dive into these critical issues. This marks the first time, I believe, in about 15 years that there has been a special interim committee that has been dedicated to looking at these issues of IDD provider capacity and the IDD waiting list. I'm sad to say that in spite of some of the various individual efforts that have been accomplished since that time, we have not made progress on this issue. InterHab's members believe strongly that these are issues that must be addressed at this point in time. It's just simply too critical not to address these issues any longer. So for the past 4 months, our members have worked together on a series of recommendations for you and some other items that you will find useful in your exploration. Those are embodied in the report that we sent to you a few days ago and that you've got a copy of, and we'll be referencing some of the high points from that study in our slides this morning. But our report to you encompasses really 4 things that we wanted to provide to you because we feel these are valuable for your decision-making process. The first is context. We'll get into that here in a little bit. How did we get into this mess? What's the context behind this? Why did this list grow? It's very important that you understand that full context. The second thing we wanted to provide to you was your first look at the individuals on the waiting list. We conducted a survey of waiting list individuals, and that data is included in our survey. A number of your questions earlier this morning, I think you'll find that the information we've collected is relevant for your thoughts and your questions in that regard. The third thing we wanted to do was we wanted to provide the first complete analysis, landscape analysis of what other states across the country have done in addressing their waiting list challenges. And so we've undertaken a very deliberative and intense process of looking at all states around the country. We have recommendations from 5 states that we will share with you. And then finally, we have recommendations. We take this seriously. We want to come to the table with solutions. And so our report includes a 5-step plan for what we believe will address the 2 issues that plague the IDD provider network currently. Those 2 issues are the result of the same malady, which is chronic underfunding. And so those 2 issues are provider capacity and the IDD waiting list. And with that, I'd like to get into the context of why we're in this situation today. In 1995, the IDD Kansas Developmental Disabilities Reform Act was passed by the Kansas Legislature and signed into law by Governor Graves. This was and still remains one of the most progressive pieces of state legislation that addresses the establishment and the aims of a community network of services for the IDD population. It's important you know that not too long ago, we were progressive, we were ahead of the rest of the nation in pursuing a strategic vision for these services. That was just 1995. However, since that time, the state became distracted by other issues, and no strategic vision for this system persisted past the Developmental Disabilities Reform Act. And so those lofty words that were embodied in the act of a system that would promote the inclusion, independence, integration, and productivity of Kansans with developmental disabilities, that's largely fallen by the wayside now because there's been no strategic follow-through on that law. There's another piece of that law as well that calls for adequate and reasonable funding. That's not been followed up either. So in this next slide that I have on screen, you can see the underfunding that has occurred since the late 1990s. And this is really the critical period of time we need to look at, the last 20 plus years. That's when this issue has really become what it is today. It was allowed to grow over these last 2 decades. So reimbursement rates to providers for the HCBS IDD waiver, that is the primary artery by which the state funds these services. There are other funding mechanisms, but this is it, folks. This is primarily how providers remain sustainable. And as you can see, we've not kept pace even with CPI-U, which is a basic indicator of inflation during that period of time. Inflation rose by more than 60%. Reimbursement rate increases during that time just over 30%. When you have that kind of imbalance, that creates these twin issues that we are now talking about today: provider capacity erosion and a waiting list that's now almost half as big. Actually, it's more than half as big as the total number of individuals that are in service today. So we've talked already about the waiting list demographics and the history of the waiting list. We wanted to just show you very quickly how this has grown over the last 20 years. In the late 90s, we zeroed out the state's waiting list. But when we did that, there was no policy that followed that on the part of the state that said, you know what? We're not going to have another waiting list. There was never a next step that was taken. So guess what happened? Within a few years, we were up to 500 people. And within a few more years, it doubled. And you can see where we're at today as a result of no strategic vision. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the cost of doing nothing, because we just had a conversation about the extreme costs or the heavy costs that might associate resolving these issues. And I agree, this is going to take a significant and sustained investment to resolve this issue. But the cost of doing nothing is even greater. And I just cannot stress to you today, how critical these systems, the juncture they are at currently. We've got providers with up to 40% workforce vacancy rates currently. Providers are shutting down and consolidating program service settings. That is happening in real time. I just heard yesterday a large provider in the Sedgwick County area is eliminating their case management program, which will impact 200 Kansans with intellectual and developmental disabilities in the Wichita area. That's yesterday. This is happening right now. This is the result of underfunding, which has caused this erosion, which means we won't even be able to maintain services for those already in the system. Never mind talking about an additional 4,500 individuals. So the second thing our survey wanted to do was give you a look for the first time at individuals on the waiting list. You've talked a lot this morning about who are these folks, why are they on the list, what do they want? We were curious about that too, and we know that you cannot move forward until you can start to create that data picture of what waiting list individuals are looking for, who they are, and get that data analysis going. Now, I will say we agree wholeheartedly with the administration's desire to do an in-depth study of individuals on the waiting list. We welcome that, and we think that should be a part of your efforts, and it's in our recommendations. But we wanted to get the ball rolling, and we knew we had the capacity to do that, so we did. Our survey was conducted during the months of June through August. 39.6% of the waiting list population is represented in our survey results. That's a great survey size sample. And 58% of Kansas counties were represented. So we feel that's a geographic representation as well. So what does the waiting list look like? Well, the average age of someone on the waiting list is 21 years old. That's very important to all of our following discussions about how to resolve the waiting list, and we'll get into that in more detail. 45% are under the age of 17, and the majority of those are living at home with at least one of their parents. This is also critical because as we begin to design service alternatives for these individuals, we want to think about and know about what they want. What do families want and need in order to keep their child at home and be successful? Those are the types of services we should be looking at designing. Similarly, another 36% of the waiting list are transition age, which means they are at the point or getting near the point, they're ready to leave school, leaves high school, and go back into the community. That's really critical because we need to know what a transition age young adult might want. I have a good idea what they might want, and that's the next part of our survey. We actually asked individuals on the waiting list, their families, their guardians, what are the services you anticipate needing, and when do you anticipate needing them? So we have a top 10 list for you that came out of really a collection of 20-plus service options that we asked waiting list families and individuals what they would want. The number one thing they indicated that they would want is day services. And as you can see, about 37% indicate they need that immediately. Another 14% say they would need that within 1 to 3 years. Recreation access and support, that's getting out in the community and doing things that are meaningful activities in the community. I'm not going to go into the stats on each of these. You have these slides. Case management, another big core service for individuals. Employment services, this is key. Remember, we're talking about transition age young adults. Significant percentage. They want to go to work. They want to have a job in the community. And transportation. How do I get around in the community? How do I get to my job? How do I get to my friends? These are the top 5 things they identified. Rounding out the top 10, in-home supports, medical appointment management, that's getting folks to and from doctor's appointments and other types of appointments, behavior analysis and support, and mental health support come in at 8 and 9. This is critical because we have a big issue of complex needs individuals consuming large percentages of resources from our system. They are high users of multiple systems, including IDD and mental health, and we don't have enough resources for them currently. And affordable housing rounds out the top 10. Now, I'm going to hand this over to Nick Wood, and he's going to walk you through the landscape of states. But before he does, I just want to urge caution, because I know there was some discussion this morning about Louisiana. We have looked at all the states. There are issues with Louisiana that would cause us to urge caution. For example, you heard earlier about their use of something called registries. Well, registries, another word for a registry is a waiting list, and that's in fact what they are. They're just not calling them that. And that's about 16,000 people that Louisiana maintains on their registries. And in fact, the Louisiana Council of Developmental Disabilities, they don't even bother with the term registries. If you go on their website and look at this issue, they call it a waiting list. And another thing to consider is that this policy approach spurred a lawsuit that was settled out of court by the state of Louisiana. And so obviously there are issues with this approach. But I do want to caution not leaning too heavily on one particular state. We have 5 that we think have promising practices. We're not in love with everything they're doing, but there are things that we can pick from them. And I'm going to hand it over to Nick to share those with you.
Nick, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Got a lot of information, I feel like, on these slides, but also there's even more information in the accompanying report that should also be in front of you. I'm going to try to move through quickly and efficiently without digressing. If you have questions, feel free to just stop me, of course. So I'm on, it would be slide 10, this review of promising practices. Now, as Matt said, we did look at all states. We've got some resources and folks in other states who helped us look at these things. You know, and we decided to kind of focus on these 5 more because of their success than anything, but also that we thought that we could learn lessons from what they had done, and that their systems might be comparable to Kansas, and at least for where we want to go. But Matt is correct about Louisiana. It hasn't all been roses. So if you look at kind of the only 50-state report that has been done in history on how states manage waiting lists for HCBS waivers, it was done by a group called MACPAC. They're the Medicaid and CHIP Payment and Access Commission. There are different ways that states manage waiting lists, and it's a problem and difficult almost everywhere you go. But I'm going to try to talk about some of those things as lessons learned, sort of. So we looked at Missouri, right next to us, contiguous state. They have not been afraid to kind of try different things in Missouri. So as a result, they have probably at least 5 different waivers that serve this population. I've had people from Missouri tell me, you don't need to do that. But they would be supportive of a community support waiver. And so that's mostly what you're going to hear me talk about. It's popular in Missouri. It's popular in most places where they exist. Most states have one. It's not a new concept. It's been around since the 2000s, and I personally think that had Kansas explored it more at the end of the 2000s, we might not be sitting here today. So Missouri has a community support waiver. Wisconsin, California, we'll talk about their system. Washington and Massachusetts. So every other state in the country has at least more than one waiver to serve this population. Kansas is the only one I've seen that does not, that just has one. And we call that a comprehensive waiver versus a community support waiver. And the main difference in all of these waivers is simply that community support waivers don't typically provide 24/7 care, and they are only for people who live in their own home or their family home. Comprehensive waivers would offer residential and day services as 24/7, and typically for people out of the home. A few states use 1115 waivers, but that's mostly to manage extended state plan benefits, which are like rehab services, behavioral health services, that sort of thing. One lesson that we learned from all of these states, and folks in Missouri and elsewhere told us, try to make these waivers popular so that people will want to stay on them. They have to meet needs. Otherwise, as you can imagine might happen here, it's happened in just about every other state. If you sort of try to keep people on a small waiver that doesn't really meet all their needs, they will try to run those services up to the cap, so they can get on the more comprehensive waiver. And that's just, I think that makes sense. If you're a parent, if you're an individual served, you think you're going to need those services in the future, but there's a big waiting list. You try to get there as fast as you can, and that's something that you see all over the place. So just flipping forward to Missouri. Part of Missouri's goal with their Partnership for Hope waiver was to limit the need for direct state-level administration. Which I think is interesting and important. One thing the MACPAC report mentions are operational waiting lists. And so if you are essentially putting a lot of requirements in front of families to be able to access services, that's an operational waiting list. If you've got 6 different waivers and they have to start on this one, go to the second one, and the third one, that's essentially an operational waiting list. So Missouri tried to cut back on the need for so much administration for these services. Missouri is interesting because they have a local bond option. So all the counties can pass a bond and raise dollars that they then can use to match federal, as part of state match, to match federal funds, and they can serve even more people that way. It's kind of unique to what Missouri does, and it's interesting to us. Missouri uses a prioritization of need process similar to what we heard about Louisiana. Most states use a first come, first serve like Kansas, but a lot of states do use this prioritization of need. It's not very popular. with families. I will tell you, that's where you get families sort of, they're trying to hit the limit. They're trying to hit the cap. So if your needs have to be up here to get services, guess where they're coming in? So it just makes sense that they would try to do that. And so in Missouri, they realized that this was a problem with how they would administer the program, and that prioritization of need process is really just kind of a formality. Missouri currently has a small waiting list. In February, it was about 800 people, and that's for all of their waivers. I just checked it yesterday, it's about 150. And Governor Parson in Missouri has promised that they're going to get rid of that 150, so they'll eliminate their waiting list. Moving on to Wisconsin. We highlight Wisconsin because it's just can't find too many criticisms with it. They've got just a small waiting list. They partner with managed care well, and their managed care arrangement is what's commonly referred to these days as a tailored managed care, or tailored managed care plan. So they're allowing service providers to essentially take on extra services or extra responsibilities so that they can provide things like transportation and ensure everybody has housing. It's a very interesting way to structure services, and if you ask anyone who works for the state of Wisconsin, they will tell you they're very proud of their waivers there. California is really interesting. We're getting into these really large states, but California touts that they have no waiting list. They have a 1915C comprehensive waiver there that is very, very large by our standards. They also use what they call an I waiver that essentially works like state plan service, and that you can't cap I waivers. So if someone's eligible, they get it. But states can sort of keep the benefit small. And that's the main complaint that you'll hear in California, is that it's a skinny benefit. California also has something called the Lanternman Act. It's a state law that they passed to try to assure that people with disabilities would get all of the safeguards that normally would be found in kind of a 1915C waiver versus an I waiver. That probably wasn't the only reason that they passed it, but that's the effect that it has. And so it's a lot of regional support for families. If they need to make an appeal, file a grievance, they've got that kind of support. In Kansas, we don't have anything sort of quite as robust. Washington and Massachusetts are the next two slides. Washington's very interesting. These are both states with big budgets, and they will spend freely, and they will spend freely by our standards probably. They have not been afraid to experiment with different things. But the lessons from Washington and Massachusetts are interesting because they definitely tried in Washington to use this sort of step-up model where, we're going to serve you in your family home or your own home. Over the years, they sort of added services to try to encourage people to stay on those waivers, but they are short in duration. They really don't keep people off of their comprehensive waiver. If you want it, you can get it, even though they have a fairly high eligibility threshold in their waiver for crisis exceptions. They serve everybody and no waiting list. Massachusetts is another state that has, they tried to experiment with services that they thought would make the waiver more attractive to families and people served. Again, they serve a lot of people on their comprehensive waiver. They don't try to keep them off. little bit about Massachusetts. Massachusetts has what they call adult companion services or live-in caregiver. And if you can imagine a person with IDD who says, I want to live in my own home, why those types of services might be attractive to them. We're not recommending that we do that in Kansas, but there's a lesson to be learned there. And the reason we would recommend against it is because you probably would have to separate those services out from what's called personal care attendant services. So we could, in Kansas, we could essentially do similar things without breaking out the services. So just a summary about community support waivers. This is kind of our lessons learned. But again, it would be for people who want to live in their own home or family home. You could provide, there's a variety of needs out there, that, as Matt was sort of touching on, but we would build in self-direction into this waiver just like it is into our comprehensive waiver. So families can go through an agency or they can self-direct their own services. The focus is on independence and competitive integrated employment. And we think you can do this with just 4 services. And the idea there is if there's something that somebody needs that would help them stay in their own home or family home and stay on this waiver, but it's not something that's offered, there's a bucket, a budget for them to be able to use those dollars to pay for what they need. And the big advantage there, or one big advantage there, is that it doesn't necessarily have to be staff. You know, in Kansas, if you can be allocated 200 hours a month, but if you can't find staff, you don't have services. And that's what I think a lot of people in this sort of group would run up against. But if you allow them a budget to pay for what they need, it might be things that Medicaid doesn't even really offer, or therapies from therapists who don't take Medicaid. But it would meet the need. They wouldn't need staff. I think that would be very popular with families. It doesn't have to be overly complicated. And it's probably a great idea. You can read a little bit more about that in the report. Essentially, Medicaid just says, and we would need a process for this, but Medicaid says that the item just needs to decrease the need for Medicaid services, promote their independence. I think community support waiver would take people off the waiting lists. We wouldn't have to tier or have operational waiting lists, and I honestly believe it would be very popular with families. So.
Thank you. And I will quickly wrap up with our recommendations, the final part of our report that we provided to you. Again, I indicated 5 steps that we think would be important for the state to take in addressing these twin issues of provider capacity erosion and the IDD waiting list. The first thing, though, and I believe others will agree with this as well, is that we recommend, in order to tackle these 5 steps, that the legislature form an IDD system modernization task force. Similar to the work that has been done in mental health over the last few years, a body that can be responsible for shepherding the strategic vision that is so lacking as we move forward. But the 5 steps that we recommend, and I'll hit these just quickly. The first, it has to be done. We have to continue to restore capacity to the provider network. That can only be done through continual funding increases. So we have made some progress on that, and we thank you very much for your work on that in the last session and in the recent past. But we're not there yet, as the chart showed, comparing us to inflation. So that's the first step. We've got to address that. Second, we've got to look at service alternatives and create lower cost service alternatives such as what Nick just outlined with a community support waiver. By the way, we really feel that those alternatives like a community support waiver would be more flexible for families and allow them to mix and match the services that they feel are important for them and their loved one. In addition to service alternatives, we need to take a good look at services that we already have, things like the STEPS pilot, supported employment, case management, personal care services, and enhance the funding for those existing resources that are good, but they're just not to where we need them to be in terms of their availability and their viability. Step 3, we need to localize this response effort. We need to put providers and CDDOs in the driver's seat. The folks in your community that do this work each and every day, they do know best how to address capacity concerns, how to grow capacity, and how to figure out how to develop new capacity for those individuals in your area that are on the waiting list. So we really have to make sure they are at the center of this planning effort. Step 4, this is going to take some additional funding to accompany those individuals coming into service from the waiting list. And so that's critical that, again, this shepherding body, this IDD Modernization Task Force, take a look at where the funding is needed. I think that the study that you'll be conducting, if that's the route you go, I think that's a good first step in that regard. Step 5, finally and critically, there has to be policy vision. It's been lacking since 1995 in the DD Reform Act, and it's what's gotten us to this point today. So I would encourage, as a part of this plan, that the legislature say, we will develop a policy vision for the IDD system that will include no waiting list in the future, and we will ensure how to get there through the resources that are needed. Finally, we just want to say thank you again. We know how complex these issues are, and we really appreciate this opportunity to take this deep dive with you. We are here for today and tomorrow to answer any questions that we can possibly answer. Thank you very much.
Matt and Nick, thank you very much for your testimony. Committee, there's also the strategic roadmap that they also had in your packet as well. So be sure to look at that as well. I think what we'll do is hold questions for the providers on this section until after each conferee has had a chance to speak. So next we have Craig Knutson, Policy Analyst for the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. Craig, welcome to the committee.
Chairman Hildebrand and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Craig Knutson. I'm a policy analyst for the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. The council is made up of self-advocates, family members, state agencies, and our partners who are identified in the Federal Developmental Disabilities Act. That is the state P&A and the USAID, and in Kansas, that is the Disability Rights Center of Kansas and the Kansas University Center for the Excellence on Developmental Disabilities. Federal and state laws created the council to advise policymakers on issues that impact people with disabilities and their families, as well as carry out activities that increase self-advocacy, systems change, and capacity building. And I'd like to point out one example of those outcomes of those type of activities. And I'd like to refer to Mr. Moore's testimony and then that of Commissioner Penrod. When we look at the end of the underserved waiting list, this was a result of a council activity in partnership with the Disability Rights Center. For those who have been around for a while, you might remember the In the Wait campaign, and it resulted in the elimination of the underserved waiting list and also a brief dip in the amount of people who were on the full waiting list. And so I believe that, you know, our DD network partners are uniquely qualified to assist the state as we tackle this problem. You have a copy of my written testimony, so I'll limit my comments to a brief overview of key ideas in that testimony. First and foremost, the council would like to encourage everyone here today to embrace our Kansas heritage and lean into our history as a people who are innovative problem solvers. When looking at the solutions to this crisis, we first of all need to make intelligent and informed decisions regarding how the state addresses the waiting list. This requires the implementation of a comprehensive statewide study to better understand the needs of people who are currently on the waiting list and those who enter services because of crisis exception. One thing I really want to kind of point out here, and this isn't part of my written testimony, but it's been kind of touched upon by some of our other conferees, and that is that the crisis exceptions can at times be a bottleneck for movement on the waiting list. And I think one thing that's been overlooked in our discussion today is that when we talk about the people of Kansans with IDD in Kansas, we're talking about more than the people who are currently being served, the 9,000 being served and the 4,500 who are on the waiting list. That's only 13,500 Kansans. But what the data shows, if you take a look at the rate of prevalence of intellectual and developmental disabilities, there are currently 46,000 Kansans who potentially could be served by services in Kansas. This means right now we only know of about 28 or 29% of the Kansans with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And so what happens is that when we take a look at where these people are entering into the system via crisis, one of the things that we find is that oftentimes people enter into this service system because they are living with an aging caregiver, but they haven't been identified by the service system yet. So in Kansas, 24% of caregivers are age 60 and over. And so as the caregiver ages, and either they need some type of supports and services such as frail and elderly services, or they pass away, these people who are unknown to the service system suddenly show up on the services doorstep unbeknownst to the service system prior to these incidents happening. And so part of the study needs to understand and study where these people are coming from and what we can do to help mitigate this going forward. Understanding what people's needs are will allow us to prepare a service system that is ready to meet their individual support needs as they enter the service system. Secondly, we need to get really innovative about the types of supports and services that we offer people. It's been noted by a couple conferees that as a state, Kansas is somewhat of an outlier in that we only offer one type of waiver for IDD supports and services. I'd like to draw your attention to the graph on page 4 of my written testimony, which is individual and family support spending per capita. And this is really important because as a state, we need to make sure that we provide options that are person-centered and focused on the family, options that result in increased independence and competitive integrated employment. Unfortunately, Kansas currently lags behind the rest of the nation in how much we invest in individual and family support spending per capita. Kansas spends 1/50th of the national average on individual and family supports. Alabama, the second worst state in the nation, spends 3 times as much per capita as Kansas on individual and family supports. Rounding up, the state's current investment in these type of supports and services totals 0% of our total IDD expenditures. To increase these type of individual and family supports, the council believes that the state should explore new waiver opportunities that focus on the community and family supports. As a step into the right direction, Kansas recently launched the STEPS with your staff. It's different than the chart that's on page 4, and so I can provide that data for you.
Yeah, if you would, please, that way
Okay.
we'd have it. Thank you.
Do I give this to you?
All right, committee. Next, we have Mike Burgess, Director of Policy and Outreach for Disability Rights Center of Kansas. Mike, welcome to the committee.
Howdy. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see you all here. And I very much appreciate the legislature putting this in the budget to set this up, because this is, as was previously said, an unprecedented interest and review of this, and I think is going to lead to great things down the road. So you have my testimony in front of you, and I'm just going to, since a lot of the topics have been previously discussed, try and focus on where I agree or any differences, and then cover a handful of other things that have kind of come up so far during the hearing. But first off, I think, the two key pieces, clearly I have not had enough coffee this morning, or that other conferees have talked about too, but are the in-depth study of the waiting list, and I can tell by your questions that you all also agree with that, the need for that. And then the second piece is to convene a task force, as again, other conferees have said. I think the key pieces, it needs to have legislators on it, it needs to have state agency staff, it needs to have self-advocates, families, providers, and I think other experts, as Mr. Knutson also suggested, the DD Act, the federal DD Act partners would be, I think, also a key piece to have on that. And I think that's where you do that, the deep dive, and you develop the plan. I mean, as the Mental Health Modernization Committee has done, they split up into committees, they tackle specific pieces. We've heard a lot of interest about the family supports waiver. I think, that is a promising piece. There's some, it can be done good, or there's some things that can introduce a lot of risk. That kind of a committee would be a great place to begin to vet some of those processes ahead of, what we'll go through at the state agency, public hearings, CMS review, and other things. The other key piece of that task force is that it has to live longer than the 1 year that it develops the plan. I think as we've seen, if that can continue to meet in the out years to monitor progress, that's going to be a key piece to helping truly address, making sure that the plan stays with where it needs to be to address the waiting list. Again, as was mentioned before, I think there's a lot to not like necessarily about the Louisiana model. But I think if you look at some of their process that they had, I mean, it included a multi-year, it involved legislators from the beginning, and it included a multi-year plan for appropriations to increase that capacity and help address the needs of those on the waiting list to begin with. So those are some key pieces. You can also see others in my testimony. I think one thing that's lacking today here in Kansas is kind of that waiting list transparency. People sign up, and they know roughly how long the longest person today is on there. I believe previous testimony said we're at about 9.5 years for people coming into services. But unfortunately, we talked about the 200 or 250 who are entering via crisis. We aren't seeing very many, because of that, we're not seeing very many people come in off of the waiting list because their spot came up. That's because one of their caregivers passed away or became significant, and clearly that is not a good way. And it makes it also hard for individuals on that waiting list as you deal with aging families to trying to decide when they need to downsize their home, to do other things like that so they can plan their future. All of that's uncertainty with their adult son or daughter who is living with them, and they're not sure sometime, hopefully in the next 10 years, they might enter services. And so that's having that waiting list transparency, I think, is going to be a key. Obviously, if there's no waiting list, that would be the ideal thing. I think in most states, you see a relatively short waiting list. So having that transparency would be a key piece. So the next thing, we've heard a lot of doom and gloom and tough situations, which is things are very tough. So I don't want to minimize that, but I want to give you a glimmer of hope, because this is the perfect time to begin addressing this, because there are a lot of exciting things happening right here in Kansas, or that have happened recently that will help this process. And so this is a perfect time to begin doing these things. One of the key pieces is, as you can tell with Mr. Knutson's testimony, I mean, the scope of the problem, the number of folks who might need services in the future is significant. There's a lot of folks we don't know about. So one of the things that we need to do as much as we can is reduce future need. So as much as we can improve some of those employment outcomes for individuals with disabilities, help them to have a good transition from community or from school to community services, the less they're going to need services in the future. And so there's a lot of efforts there, some of which are in the waivers, some of which are outside of the waivers, but there's a lot of exciting things happening there. And just highlighting a few of those, one of which is supported decision-making, and I know that came up during the most recent Bob Bethel committee, but it prevents and removes unnecessary guardianships and can help improve employment outcomes, because believe it or not, sometimes having a guardianship becomes a barrier to employment and entering services. Also helps individuals to have the decision-making supports that they need, can also help improve outcomes and reduce likelihood of crisis happening within an individual. A lot is happening around school to community transitions. This is really exciting. We were part of, Rocky Nichols, my executive director, and Jim Porter, who is then chair of the State Board of Education, convened a work group of over 40 people to look at ways that we could help improve those school to community transitions. The State Department of Education and State Board of Education, they've adopted a number of those recommendations and are beginning putting that in process. And we're already beginning to see results of that, it's awesome. We also have the Kansas University Center on Developmental Disabilities, the KUCDD, and they're going to be testifying next, I believe, or soon, to talk about some of their transition grants that they've received from the Administration of Community Living. And so I won't steal Sean's thunder, but there's a lot of exciting things happening there. Greenbush, which is, they help provide special education services and other things across the state. They've created a transition alliance and are doing a lot of work. There's the Transition Transformers, which is another group that we're a part of that's doing work. And then there's some exciting changes at vocational rehabilitation, which is in the Department of Children and Families, which is the mostly federally funded, but they exist to help people with disabilities gain employment. And so there's some exciting things there. It's a big ship to turn, but they've recently changed the director of VR, and he is in the process of implementing a number of positive, exciting changes over there that will help improve outcomes. So long story short, as you can tell, there are a number of things in the greater context that will help this effort and hopefully, again, help serve more people, help reduce future need, help people with disabilities to have inclusive lives. So one thing I just want to hit, just a couple of kind of points that kind of came up earlier in the testimony today. So there are a number of people who are not able to receive services that are in their plans of care, and there are several reasons for that. And I think the previous speakers kind of alluded to that, but I just want to also second, we hear of that too. And that can happen, again, because there's providers able to provide that services because of a capacity challenge. It can also happen because their plan of care isn't enough to cover the needs that they really have. And so we see that in some cases where, again, the overlay here is individuals on the waiver qualify for an institutional level of care. So they could go into a nursing home or other setting today where they would have 24/7 care. And there's examples where individuals are just receiving a handful of PCA services a week. So you can imagine 24/7 versus 10 hours a week. That's an apples and oranges for somebody who qualifies for that care. So those are examples that are out there as well. Another thing that came up, we talk about the 200 to 250 people entering via crisis. Crisis is costly. It's tough for the individuals, who are in the crisis. It's tough for their families. So you can imagine a parent who is dying of cancer, and they're worried about their children. And so this is not the time or way to have people entering service. And so again, I applaud the work you all are doing here and willingness to help address that. It's also more difficult for providers. That's another piece, because they have this person kind of coming out of nowhere who needs services immediately, and they've got to try and put together that plan of care, find the people in their community to provide those services. And so that's a tough way. So I think, as much as we can to address that, we need to work to address that, to minimize the number. Folks are going to have crisis, but that is a reality. But if we can reduce that by providing services earlier, helping reduce future needs, that's a much better way to go. One thing that I want to talk about different, one of the examples talked about targeted case management and case management services, which are vital, important services, and individuals on the wait list can receive those. That service, you heard about the person who had, 200 people in Sedgwick County. Well, that's a state plan service. So you have done a good job of starting to increase services for waiver recipients. State plan services have been flat over these recent time too. So targeted case management rates haven't increased here in recent years. So that's one thing that I think is also, needs to be a part of the overall solution as we're looking at all those services, sometimes that aren't necessarily just in the waivers. A key piece too, if we're talking about creating multiple waivers, is the ability to transition in between waivers. Again, and that's all part of recommendations and in the previous testimony as well. I just wanted to highlight that piece because otherwise, as was said, you end up with folks who aren't receiving the services they need and might be trapped in a less costly waiver, but aren't getting what they need. And that can lead to bad outcomes. And then again, the last piece here is kind of geography matters as well. And I think that's just because a service is available in the state or offered in the state, it has to be available where the person lives to be able to receive that in their community. With that, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the time and would be happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Mike, thank you for your testimony. Committee, next we'll hear from Colin Olenek, liaison for the Self-Advocate Coalition of Kansas. And Colin is with us through WebEx. Colin, are you with us?
Can you all see and hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, okay, you can't. Okay, my name is Colin Olenek. I am with the Self-Advocacy Coalition of Kansas. I'm basically here to say the waiting list needs to end. As my mother and my entire family really can attest, this being on the waiting list, waiting for services is very stressful for all. It's stressful for parents, it's stressful for siblings. It's because we all, including people with developmental disabilities, have lives we want to live. And to graduate from high school to your parents' living room is not how transition should go for anyone. I believe that what has been said here today is a good starting point for ending this waiting list. It just, these people are eligible for services. They just need the green light. However we fund this, whether it's Louisiana's model, whether it's Massachusetts, whether it's something you all come up with, it needs to be done and the waiting list needs to end. These are not numbers, these are people with lives and dreams and ambitions that they want to pursue. I would also suggest to this committee that an Olmstead plan, the Olmstead decision being passed, coming down in 1999, mandates that states provide a plan for a reasonably paced waiting list. And with a 9-year wait, that is unreasonable in my mind, and hopefully in your minds too. And so I would just ask you to come up with a way to end this waiting list. It needs to be done. Thank you.
Mike, thank you very much for your testimony. Just a curious question. Are you currently on the waiting list?
No, I am not. I started receiving services in 2007, but I can tell you I graduated in 2003, and just the wait was very stressful on my mother and father and my siblings and myself.
How long were you on the waiting list?
I actually I I got Medicaid in 1995, and I'd been in school, so there was no actual need for for me to receive services. But after exiting and transitioning out of high school, once those services go away, it is very hard. Now, I was receiving in-home supportive care, which did help a little, but I needed more help. I have cerebral palsy, autism, and ADD, and just having the combination of things is very difficult. I did have a job at a movie theater. The support, the minimal sports I did receive helped out with that, mostly with transportation to the job. But I can just tell you, I'm in a much better place now, being on the waiver and receiving services.
Thank you very much, Colin. Committee, next we have Sean Swindler, Director of Community Program Development and Evaluation with the Kansas Center for Autism Research and Training. And Sean is with us via WebEx as well. Sean, welcome to the committee.
Good morning, and thank you for having us testify. I'm Sean Swindler. I'm with the Kansas Center for Autism Research and Training and the Kansas University Center on Developmental Disabilities. And just a little bit of background about KUCDD. Since 1963, University Centers for Excellence in Developmental Disabilities have worked toward a shared vision that foresee a nation in which all Americans, including Americans with disabilities, fully participate in their communities. And the reason we're here for that waiver is that's what the waiver does, is it helps people be full participants in their communities. Currently, there are 67 USEDs, at least one in every state and territory. And USEDs historically have played a key role in shaping disability policy nationwide since their inception. And we have our USED here in Kansas, and we are very excited about this hearing and this process, and very eager to work with our partners in the community and the legislature to help solve this really important problem. I'm here to talk to you about a couple things. Namely, in the last year, we had a grant from the Administration on Community Living that allowed us to do a deep dive focus on transition policies in Kansas, which is the transition from school to community services that Colin talked about. And that Colin's experience that you just heard is so similar to so many people's, where I leave school at age 18 or age 21, and then I wait 4 to 7 years to receive any sort of services. And so we have that 1-year grant from the Administration on Community Living to look at what that looks like in Kansas. Just a few weeks ago, we found out we received a 3-year continuation grant, so we'll be able to continue this work for 3 years. And we also received a 5-year grant focusing very much on employment and transition in Kansas. So we're really excited about this opportunity. This is going to provide us, as other people testifying said, this is, as Mike said, there's a lot of exciting things happening. The committee that Jim Porter and Rocky put together, the work that's being done right now, our ability to do this deep dive into transition policies in Kansas, all of that comes together to show this is a really great opportunity to get something done here. So what I wanted to really talk about is what this work this last year, when we've engaged our entire stakeholder community in Kansas on transition, looks like, and what we found. And the big thing that we found, we've engaged 70 stakeholders from providers to self-advocates to families to education, all of the key players that are involved, VR workforce centers that are involved in helping people transition from school to community life, including to competitive integrated employment. And what we found in our work this last year is that the HCBS waiting list is really the elephant in the room. It is what drives every problem and frustration that folks have in the system. What happens with the waiting list, as Colin described, is people graduate to their living room. They go to school through age 21, often if they're IDD, sometimes through age 18. But regardless, when they graduate, if they're on a waiting list, they do not have services to assist with getting ready for work, being able to transportation to work, helping out with activities of daily living, especially if they're dual diagnosis and have behavioral health challenges. Those services go away. So what ends up happening, we find, is that one, all of the skills that people have attained through their years of special education are often lost by the time they come off the waiting list. So unless there is a direct handoff between special education to some sort of job, employment, or service, a person then sits in their living room for 3 to 5 years or more, and they end up losing all of those skills. And our workforce centers and vocational rehabilitation are not set up to take somebody and completely retrain people for all of the skills that they've lost. We really depend on that smooth handoff between school and some sort of adult service system. The other thing that we know happens here, and this was mentioned by Mike, is that our families then don't have any ability to know when their child is going to get served. So there is no transparency in the waiting list. If I call the CDDO or if I call KDADS, they can't tell me I am this number and I'm going to come off the waiting list in August of 2027. They can't tell me that information. So our families, especially with aging parents, can't do the typical family planning things that you have to do as you age, whether it's downsizing a home, whether it's making financial planning decisions, including financial planning decisions for your person who might need a special needs trust, those kind of things. You can't develop that because you don't know who's going to be providing this person's care, how much care they're going to get on the waiver versus. So this process is not transparent to families, which means families are waiting alongside the people who need to receive services. And so this other also emphasizes the need. We, as people have said, we need information about people on the waiting list. We know their ages, we know where they live, we know who they are, but what kind of services are they going to need? What kind of supports are they looking for? How can we plan more effectively as a state to make sure that when people do come off the waiting list, those services are ready and available to them? The other finding we had is that we need to better understand this crisis exception process. As Amy Penrod said, there are approximately 200 people a year that come off the waiting list through crisis, which is much more than the number that come off through typical means. It's already been stated that this means that for community service providers and families cannot plan for the kind of services that people need if it's done through crisis. But we need to understand, which CDDO region people are coming off in crisis in, where they live. What was the reason for crisis? Was it an aging caregiver? Was it a mental health crisis? We need to understand that so that we can, again, as a system, instead of having to react immediately to these crises, have the ability to plan and provide appropriate services. The other thing about crisis is that not only is it a poor way to come into service and is stressful for the person and the family and taxes the provider system, it also taxes other systems. And children are in crisis, they are touching the school, they are touching mental health systems, they are touching other pieces of the community. When adults are in crisis, it's the same way. The cost of the crisis isn't just held by the DD service system. The other thing our analysis showed regarding this waiting list is it's driving fragmented service silos. And so we have multiple systems by which I'm going to receive support if I have a child with a disability. So I have the HCBS waiver. I have vocational rehabilitation. I might have a workforce center. If somebody is in the mental health system, they might need to go through a mental health center. These systems are all completely siloed, and it requires families to do extensive navigation between systems that have different rules, different ways they operate, different eligibility criteria, and even within the state of Kansas, sometimes your experience with one of those systems is different depending on where you live, whether it's a rural or urban area, depending on how different pieces of the system do their business. This is incredibly confusing, not just for families and people who would receive services, but even for school transition facilitators. There are people with 30 years of experience who are talented educators who cannot successfully navigate this system sometimes for folks, especially with complex needs, because it is so siloed. It really depends on knowing who to call to get the right answer, and happen to have known the right people that are involved in agencies. It's not about being able to go to one place and figure out how to get through all these things and to serve. The driver of this is the waiting list. Without a waiting list, if I leave school as a person with an intellectual disability at age 21, and I there is a smooth handoff between the special education system and the adult service system. So we can do, it's possible to do planning for that last year of school, and people have decided this is the kind of job I want, this is the kind of setting I want to live in, and we can do that smooth handoff. Without that, as soon as the person turns 21 and leaves that school system, they drop off into nothing. There are no services for folks. And so you often have situations where people, again, are sitting in their living room doing nothing, losing skills, a lot of times increasing negative behaviors, things like that, because there are such a lack of support. You have situations where families have to quit a job to support their child who's on the waiting list. Those are the kind, so that waiting list really drives the siloing of services, because I don't have a transition coordinator, which school is paying for and which is an entitlement under IDEA, to coordinate a smooth handoff to an adult service system. So people leave school and they wait 3, 5, 7 years, and all of those connections made in school, all of those job exploration placements, all of the work that was done contribute very little then to that person's future. So in a sense, one of the things we found is that this great expense we're spending to educate kids in the special education system is being thrown away because we don't have an adult service system to hand people off to. So again, I just want to emphasize that in our work in the last year, talking to families, self-advocates, transition specialists, people all around the stakeholder community, the waiting list is what is driving everything. That waiting list is the center of why it's so hard for families to navigate the system. The waiting list is the center of why people enter the system who are employable, who could be entering a system employable and then lose skills and then need a great deal of additional training as they age. And finally, because of that waiting list, we have a few recommendations. First of all, as people have said, we need to study the waiting list. We need to know who is waiting, the types of services they'll require, so that families can plan accordingly, and our communities, service providers, CDOs, and other systems can plan accordingly. Families need to know when they're going to receive service. This is not a money hurdle, this is an administrative hurdle. We need to figure out a way so that families can know within a reasonable certainty, I am going to receive services at least in the first half of 2027. We have to be able to make some promises to families so that they can adequately plan, or even their schools can adequately plan. Our provider networks and MCOs need much more robust information about the diagnoses of people who are currently waiting and the type of services and supports that people really are going to need. An example is that since the inception of the waiver, we have seen a significant increase in the number of people who have a diagnosis of autism. People with autism sometimes need a different type of, who are eligible for the IDD waiver, sometimes need a different type of support than the IDD waiver has provided traditionally. We need to know what that looks like, what kind of behavioral health support folks have, what kind of social integration supports people might need. And finally, we join others in recommending that the legislature convene a task force made up of all stakeholders, so that we can really address the system and approach it strategically. That would include having the data to do strategic decision making based on data, and having the appropriate experts, et cetera, engaged so that we can help make some decisions. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Sean, thank you very much for your testimony. Committee also, along with Sean, is Dr. Evan Dean. The doctor will be available as well for any questions. So committee, do we have any questions for any of the conferees? We do have one from Representative Carpenter, then Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to just say thank you for all the deep dive into the wait list. And I look forward to KDAD's also, the wait list study. But this at least gives us an idea. As our committee looked at this last year, we realized that we really had, before we could even start forward, we had to identify who was on the wait list and what services they were ready for. So I want to say that. The other thing I want to just give a little bit of a personal deal about this crisis deal. I know it does displace people that are on the wait list, but I'll give you a little story about what happened in my county. A grandmother, overwhelmed by taking care of her IDD disabled son or grandson, was overwhelmed by taking care of him, drove to Kansas and to a rest stop on Highway 400 in Butler County, Kansas, and left him. And the kid was autistic, barely able to communicate, had no idea what he was doing, where he was there, what had happened to him. And that is a perfect example of why we need this crisis situation, because our local CDO stepped up and provided services for him. So I understand a lot of the angst about that, but that's a classic example of why we need this crisis intervention. So anyway, thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Sean, since you're already there, let me just start with you, if I may, and thank you. It looks as though that you've received several federal grant projects, et cetera, and various studies. Do you feel that through these projects that there has been any change that you have seen or that you have been able to influence based upon these projects? We can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. That's a great question. The reason Kansas was in line to receive that funding is this particular funding on transition work is the work that Jim Porter and Rocky Nichols did, convening that task force with KSDE and reforming the KSDE on transition policies. That was really the jumping off point for seeing that we can do work on the other half, which is our community systems that support people in their transition, especially to competitive integrated employment. And so that was really the jumping off point. Our work in this particular project on transition was in the last year, and it really was an ability to convene all of these stakeholders and do a deep dive listening sessions, and then do a deep dive into some of the policies that are driving some of the challenges we have in our state. I've been involved in the DD system in Kansas since the early 90s, and so I have a pretty long perspective, and all of these things that we've talked about for the waiting list have essentially always been true, that we know, like what Colin experienced in 2007 till he got on the waiting, when he left school till he got on the services. We know those have always been essentially true. I think there are a lot of things happening right now that provide us that are providing greater challenges in serving folks. Our workforce crisis would be one. And also that we now know a lot more about what people want. The kids that are graduating from our special education, our schools and special education in this time frame, our schools have done a really good job of being inclusive, of working to prepare people for the expectation of competitive integrated employment, of having kids with disabilities fully integrated in the life of their school and being a part of every aspect of that school life. So our kids coming out of school in special education with IDD have an expectation that they're going to work in a job in their community and they're going to live in the community as a fully integrated member of that community. And so to the degree that we've had success in special education, the expectations have changed for the people who are going to receive services and for their families, that we expect people to live in their home community and not be isolated, not work, not have the opportunity to work or see if they can work, those kind of things. And so I think those expectations have changed somewhat. Likewise, research has changed. We actually know more about how to support people with developmental disabilities to be successful, whether it's in jobs or whether it's to be successful living in the community. Technology has changed. In your smartphone, you know how to carry around a set of things that even 10 years ago you wouldn't be able to have at your fingertips to support somebody, whether it's the ability to instantly FaceTime with a potential supporter, whether it's to have an alarm reminder to take your medication, all those kind of things. All of this has changed. Likewise, the population of people who are going to be served in IDD have changed because a significant number more of those people have autism as a diagnosis, as an example. And so all of this has come together to even though the waiting list caused these same problems 15 years ago, there's now a new set of circumstances that lead us to really need to take action and to solve some of these problems, and opportunities to solve some of these problems. Given the research and the technology and things like that that are present, there are ways we could be strategic about addressing the waiting list that utilize all of these solutions for folks.
Thank you very much. And could I ask Mike to come to the microphone?
They've got microphones
Oh,
up
you've
there.
got microphones there.
So, yeah.
Okay, you mentioned prevent unnecessary guardianships. Can you explain what that is?
Sure. So the best, or the only study.
Mike, if you wouldn't, I'm sorry, she just said your first name. And
Yeah,
if you
sorry.
wouldn't, for people listening in.
Absolutely. Mike Burgess, Disability Rights Center of Kansas. And so according to the National Core Indicators, which is a nationwide study of people with disabilities, Kansas, we have roughly twice the number of the national average of adults with disabilities who have guardianships. And the intensity of the disability isn't any different than the other states. So you have to look at what's causing that. You know, why would we be such an outlier as far as the number of guardianships? And we know previously, and this we talked about previously the work of the Rocky Nichols Jim Porter work group. One of the things they did there was trying to help educate schools, because often parents, I mean, we heard about it time and time again that parents were told, well, you know, your son or daughter is getting ready to turn 18. We can't even invite you to the IEP meeting unless you have a guardianship, which is not true. I mean, that's a myth. That was a myth. And we did previously, a number of years ago, we're part of a group that did a survey, you know, and that bore out the same results. So we know this happens over and over again. Well, part of those policy changes and working with the Department of Education are to help educate create better coordination of transition age within schools, and to help create additional resources to help educate families and teachers as far as what the alternatives to guardianship are. Because part of the policy, teachers were doing their job of educating folks of the legal ramifications when a student turns 18. Well, inadvertently, guardianships were being pushed. And so we're beginning to work that. An important tool is that alternative. Supported decision-making is one of that. And that's basically something that all of us do informally all the time. And we all have, if there's a health procedure coming up, You know, we'll talk to our physician. We also have other people in our lives who are experts that we'll typically consult. We may consult a financial planner before we make a major purchase, you know, other things like that. Well, this is kind of bringing that down to a different level to help an individual with a disability to have those supports so they don't need a guardian or a conservator. You know, they might, there are people that will need those, but there's a lot of folks who don't. If they just had some support, they could live a lot better, and it would make all of the rest of the support systems work better as well. So that's really where we were going. A number of states have passed legislation creating supported decision-making agreements, and it's basically, it's a contract. And so you have the individual with the disability sign it, and you have their supporters sign it, and it's a legally binding contract that helps them, that they're going to help, and it spells out what they can receive help, what the supporter can receive help with, and what isn't, you know, what they can't. And it empowers the individual with the disability to retain that decision-making authority. The supporters are just doing that. They're just supporting that individual. They're not making decisions on behalf of that individual. And so that's an important piece. We still need guardianship. We still need durable powers of attorney. We still need those other pieces. This is just another tool that a lot of states have implemented that will help further that goal. And that's just, it's another important piece. You know, the waiting list and the services are very important to those individuals, but there's other things that also impact the success individuals have of being in the community. And that, along with, you know, having a successful transition from school to community and planning and getting what they need when they need it, you know, those are all important pieces. So thank you.
Thank you. And then a comment and then one more question. And this one is for Matt Fletcher. You had listed in your survey, there were several services that people said they would like to have, and you had the, especially in here, you had listed, and then for people who can't see, the strategic roadmap. It would be nice to have paired those requested services to the services list of the 13 that we had provided to kind of see how those match up. And then, do we have any idea, and maybe you're not the right person to ask on, the dollar number per service? If somebody's receiving this for 10 years, we know it costs this.
Sure, those are great questions. And just so you know, some of these that are represented in our our survey, some of these services are not currently offered by our comprehensive waiver. So we didn't want to bind ourselves to just asking folks on the waiting list what they would want from the existing structure. We wanted to open it up a little bit for them so we could think about, you know, what do we need to design in terms of service alternatives. So some of these most requested services are currently not a part of what we offer.
I did notice that. Thank you.
Yeah, and as for cost, Nick can probably answer, you know, average costs for our comprehensive waiver. Service alternatives such as the community support waiver that we showed you an example of, other states have capped that, Nick, at a much lower cost than a comprehensive waiver. So I'll let you go ahead and answer.
Well, in each waiver, in each 1915C waiver, states have to submit a budget neutrality statement. So they have to include the average cost of each waiver. And then they break out each service, and you're supposed to estimate over a 5-year period how many units of each service are going to be used, how many people are going to use that service, and then what the cost per unit, whatever that unit that time unit might be, is for each service. So it's an estimate, but you can kind of see what these services would cost and kind of the differences between something like specialized medical, which is private duty nursing, versus which has a higher rate, versus something like personal care. But our comprehensive waiver, because we serve everybody with IDD just on this one waiver, I think the average cost is $45,000. If you were to add an additional waiver, like a community support waiver, that number, just because of the rule of averages, would go up. You're serving kind of more comprehensive needs on that waiver. But these community support waivers typically, you know, just from what I've seen in other states, and Kansas has always usually under the national average, around $25,000.
So when you say comprehensive waiver, you're referring to all services for one individual? If they had all 13 or 14 services, would be 45,000 per year?
Yeah, well, so national literature usually waivers that serve all needs in 24/7 care, residential and day.
Okay.
They get called comprehensive waivers.
I see.
Just to
Okay.
kind of differentiate them from family support waivers or
Right.
community support waivers or autism waivers. So.
Thank you. And then finally, on the strategic roadmap timeline at the end, your recommendations were all regarding funding. So we have year one, and it's paying funding the providers a higher reimbursement rate. And finally, then, I just want to say to Craig Knudsen, I appreciate the timeline. That was very helpful. And then, Amy, could we get a cost of that breakdown in the, as we're talking about transparency, can we get the cost of the breakdown that Nick was referring to as an estimated cost for each of the services, how many people are on those services, instead of just a blanket, this is how much we spend? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, committee. I do not see any further questions. Conferees, thank you very much for all that. And just a comment, the home-based care that was talked about, for those of you that understand or know what the PACE program is, in my mind, that's how I correlate them. They're very similar in what their objectives are and how they work. So if you're wondering what that is, and if you know what PACE is, it's similar process and program. So committee, we are running a little bit late on our agenda. We are supposed to be back at 1:15. I do not see any reason why we cannot be back by 1:15 by Senate time. So Senate time, that is correct. We were probably looking around 1:35, 1:15 scheduled time, 1:35 Senate time. So thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. It is 1:15 by Senate time. So we are back in session. Uh-oh, we're even late for Senate time. Uh-oh.
I'm going to stand up for you. I think you're 10 minutes early.
Senator Hawk, when I walked in the door, all I saw was representatives, and then I saw you. Like, Senator Hawk's Senate watch is broken.
My first time ever.
So committee, I hope everybody had a good lunch, and everybody here listening online and with us in the audience, I guess we'll call it, is had a good lunch as well. For committee members, there were, you should have on your little area the IDD comparison chart that Mr. Knudsen had talked about. That's in your area. And then there's also, I need to draw your attention to United Healthcare. They have written testimony that was added, so that is in your, should be in your area as well to add to your packet. So with further ado, we're going to go ahead and get right into our next presentations. These will be from individuals on the IDD waiting list themselves. So we appreciate you guys coming and testifying before us on this important issue. With us first is Tracy Schinzel, private citizen. Tracy, welcome to the committee.
Probably helpful if I have my mic on, huh? Okay, so I did speak in front of you guys before about my son's story. I didn't want to repeat my same testimony, but I did go ahead and attach it so you guys can look and see if you didn't see that before. Okay, so during the Bob Bethel legislation, it was shared that there would be a $1 million review to understand why parents are choosing to have their child on the wait list for the DD-IDD waiver. I'm not going to go into how shocking that was as a parent to hear that amount of money used, but I'm going to answer that question for you today. I choose to stay on the wait list because we need the waiver for Medicaid. There are multiple resources that are helpful with this waiver, but the bottom line is the Medicaid. My child needs those services, but I cannot afford them without Medicaid. For a reference, I live in the greater Kansas City area. We live with my parents because I can't afford to pay any more rent. I can't work full-time because of Jude's extra needs. The first 32 days of school this year, my son and daughter both had over 20 appointments and 3 sick days. We haven't even hit flu season yet. Jude currently qualifies for SSI, and that gives him Medicaid. On SSI, for a single parent of 2 children, the max you can earn is about $3,000 a month before taxes. If you are receiving unearned income, i.e. child support, it's about $2,000. If you have earned income and unearned income, it falls somewhere in between. I fall in the middle. That is about $2,500 a month I can receive, or I can earn. That is an income of $30,000 a year. That is all I can make in a year in order to keep Jude on SSI and thus receive Medicaid. If I choose to not keep Jude on SSI and lose Medicaid, that would mean I no longer have a limit in how much money I can make, right? That's great. But I would have to cover all the extra medical costs. Here are some rough costs for the year after private insurance. I won't go down and list them, but they all are in there. It totaled, and this is a very brief that I did very quickly, it totaled $21,450 out of pocket a year. This does not include all of his medications, his cough assist, his suction machine, his other surgeries, his procedures, and many other things that we have to pay for in co-pays. So if I choose to come off SSI, or take Jude off SSI so I can make more money, we now have co-pays of well over $21,000 a year. That means that I would need to find a job where I can make an additional $30,000+ because of taxes, above what I'm already making, just to break even with the cost of Medicaid and SSI. I feel like I can best explain it by saying, I feel like it's a trade. The state will agree to help pay for my son's medical costs, but I must commit to staying around the poverty line. My situation is viable. Yes, we are all alive, but we are not living. We are staying viable in order to receive assistance. This is why we need the wait list to decrease. Jude needs the services on the DD and IDD waiver, but he needs them without the incredible financial burden it places on our family. I will always choose my children, no matter what the cost, but we should not have to be forced to make these decisions. My family is not alone in this. These families need the waiver, not a wait list, with hopes of maybe one day coming and being on the waiver. I know all of you guys on this board are here because you want to make the change, and I thank you for that. Thank you for listening, and thank you for being willing to fight to make a change. I put my email address in there. My story is an open book, so if you guys ever want anything, please feel free to reach out, and thank you.
Tracy, thank you very much. And we will hold for questions until after all the conferees have had a chance to testify. Committee, next we have Banji Wahika, a private citizen, and they are with us via WebEx. Banji?
Thank you so much. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony and your consideration in supporting additional funding to eliminate the IDD waiver waiting list. Elimination of the waiting list will positively change the lives of many Kansas citizens and their families, including my own. I'm the proud mother of a 19-year-old son, Kudzai, who lives with autism spectrum disorder, intellectual disabilities, and bipolar disorder. When our family moved to Kansas 3 years ago from Oklahoma for my husband's new job in Ottawa, our family's transition was both challenging and traumatic. As some of you might know, transitions of any kind are a huge challenge for individuals with disabilities because routines and familiar surroundings play a huge role in daily functions that many families take for granted. For us, transferring our son to the local high school was worrisome because we knew the transition would probably result in Kudzai experiencing some behavioral challenges. Moving into a new home was hard for him, and the next worry as parents was the availability of services and resources in our new home to support him. As hard as it is for us, parents and knowledge, always for attention of life. As we predicted,
Banji, we're having a little
Kudzai
bit
had
of
immediate serious illness. I couldn't be accommodated.
We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. It looks like your feed is delayed or something. You're not coming through very well. You want to go ahead and try it now. It looks like it's better.
Now that you've seen me, can I just go on audio? I think that'll be better.
Yes, please. Yes, take the video off. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. As we predicted, Kudzai had immediate serious behavioral challenges that could not be accommodated in the only special education classroom and resulted in him being secluded for 2 years. It was hard for professionals within the school system to direct us to resources that could help us. The struggle for information and the lack of access for services to support our son was immediate. That fall, following a week of numerous aggressive episodes, the high school suspended him for 10 days and then told us they could not meet his needs. We kept Kudzai at home for the remainder of the school year until he transitioned the following January to Lake Mary School in Paola. Thanks to the army of trained professionals, the support Lake Mary has provided
Bonji, I apologize, but we've lost you.
I'm still here.
Okay, we can hear you now. So if go ahead and
Okay.
proceed.
Okay. As a parent, I wonder, since the high school failed to integrate him with his peers and some school staff said they were afraid of him and did not want to work with him, what does that mean for his integration and acceptance in our community? My worry is what happens in June 2023 when Kuzai turns 21 and graduates from Lake Mary School. He is currently on the IDD waiting list and near the bottom of more than 4,000 individuals the last I asked. Kuzai has to wait approximately 8+ years to access services that we believe would help and support him to live successfully in our community. The current reality of Kuzai waiting 8 years keeps me and my husband up at night. Like Mr. Chairman, I will refer everybody, since we're having technical difficulties, to my written statement, which is very detailed. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share my family story.
Bonji, thank you very much. Will you be able to stay on if anybody has any questions for you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to our next conferee then and come back for questions. Committee will now turn our attention to Roberta Breisheisen, private citizen, and she is with us virtually as well. Roberta, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here because we were a citizen of Kansas for, until we moved, let's say 30 years ago, and then we moved all around the country. Having lived in Missouri, Alabama, back to Missouri for my job, and then now we decided to retire back into Kansas. Was that a good idea? Not for Michelle. And that's why I'm here today. Michelle is our 44-year-old handicapped daughter who, in all the other states we lived in, did not have all the requirements that the state of Kansas has. I was shocked when I came home, and we call Kansas home because it always has been home. I grew up about 20 minutes from where I'm living right now. And Michelle was in the system. This is the sad part. She was in the system for numerous years. She was 16 when we moved away from the state of Kansas. And yet to get back into this state and to get on the waiting list, unbelievable, the ropes and the things we had to go through. Michelle's been receiving SSI for about 30 years now, maybe even 35. And the state of Kansas has so many requirements, it's unbelievable. In Missouri, Michelle had community integration. She had DAHAB, she had PCA, she had ISD. All of these that were, I had to do a wait list, and the wait list was about 6 months. Now I'm in Kansas, as everyone has already indicated, and we are on that 10+ year wait. My goal is to at least hopefully live long enough that I can get her off the wait list and into the things that she's been approved for, which are day program and residential housing. So, and I hope that it happens, I guess, because of this wait list, before something happens to me, so she can transition to experiencing the death of a parent is not good. I don't know how many of you have done that, but I've done it. And it's not easy, and having to do it into where she doesn't have a home is my concern. We've come from a day program and community where she had things to do during the day because Michelle cannot work. We've tried that in the state of Missouri, and her ability is 4 or 5 years old, so you can't put somebody in a job that has that ability. So what does she do all day? Now she just sits and watches TV or does things with me. And I definitely can't keep her as entertained as we were doing before. So my concern is that we try to figure out with you guys how to get this wait list adjusted and taken care of, because it is not good for her, it's not good for the other, and just maybe even look at the system that we have, because it was horrible, horrible to get her in the system. I had to go find a 20-year-old file to get her in the system, when yet she had been in the system before she left. And nobody could pull up those records, which to me is not good, because she's been in the state of Kansas records from the day she was born, because she was born with her handicap. So I'm here just saying we need help, and yeah, she has to have her Medicaid and her all the other things that she has to be able to survive, especially when I'm gone. So thank you for hearing me, and I hope you guys can, and ladies, will be able to do something to address the need in the state of Kansas.
Roberta, thank you very much for your testimony. Committee, we will open up for questions. I have a question that's probably generic for all three, but I'll start with Tracy. It's going to be multiple questions. The first question, part of it is, how long have you guys been on the waiting list? Do you know where you're at on the waiting list? And do you know when you're expected to come off the waiting list?
So my son went on the waiting list when he was about 5.5. He is now almost 10. Do I need it closer? He went on the wait list when he was about 5.5. He's almost 10 now. The last time, so he's expected to come off the wait list when he's about 16. The last time I called to check to see where we were at on the wait list, they said that they were just taking people off the wait list that had gone on 2012. Just for reference, my son was born in 2011. So they were told 9 to 10 years before he would be off the wait list.
Thank you. Bonji, did you hear those questions?
Yes, I did. And my response is similar to Tracy's family. Because we moved to Kansas 3 years ago, our son, from my last recollection, got on the waiting list maybe a year and a half ago. He is currently 19, and from just speculation, and Tracy just alluded to this, we're looking at between 8, 9, or 10 years. So he would be maybe at the most 29.
Thank you. Roberta?
Yes, because we just moved back to the state of Kansas, and this was the first thing that I did when I moved a year ago. So we were finally approved for the program with all the stuff we had to go through in February of this year. And yes, we're at the same thing, 9 to 10 years. Michelle's 44, so that'll put her at about 54. So 10 years of just sitting around, yeah, waiting for the wait list to get her in the system.
Thank you very much. Committee, Tracy Schinzel.
I just wanted to mention too that when he went on the wait list, when he was 5.5, we were told the wait list was at about 6 to 7 years. So the wait list has actually gone increasingly up.
Thank you. Committee, questions? Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tracy, you mentioned in your testimony about the restrictions on income for you. And I thought we heard earlier today that the income was based on the child rather than the parents. Did I miss something? And I don't know if this is a question for you, but wasn't that this morning? Did we hear that?
Yeah, that was on one part. I don't know if it was the waiver list part or the Medicaid. I think it was the Medicaid part for being on the Medicaid part.
It's the difference between being on the wait list and being on the waiver. So once he's on the waiver, it's his income. On the wait list, it's still my income.
Okay, so is this a whose guideline is this that restricts your income? Is this a state of Kansas, or is this
So currently, right now, he has SSI, which will give us Medicaid. So that's SSI's restrictions. Medicaid also, if we were to go off SSI and just do straight Medicaid, they also have limit restrictions. And I think it's about $5,000 more a year. So all of it's roughly between $30,000 to $35,000 a year, so long as they look at my income, which they will do while he's on the wait list.
well, I guess what I was getting at is this an issue that we can address at the state level, or is this more of your Medicaid restriction?
This is, yes and no. So this is the issue of the wait list. If he wasn't on the if the wait list wasn't so long and he could be on the waiver, which the state would take, then he would qualify for the Medicaid and it wouldn't be my income.
So once he gets the waiver and gets qualified, then that restriction goes away for you and your life can improve.
Yes.
Thank you.
And committee, Amy Penrod is coming up next. Amy, would you mind touching on this a little bit more detail when you come up and give your testimony? Thank you. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Tracy, and thanks for coming back to committee. I'm curious where you came up with these numbers for the copays or for your out-of-pocket.
So those are roughly based off my son sees, so he has about 14 people that are on his team, specialist, and so that's based off the private insurance is $80 a copay each time you go in to see a specialist. So every one of his doctors is considered a specialist except for his pediatrician. And then based off how many times he has to see them a year, that's kind of roughly where I got that number from.
So this is what it would be if he were not on the plan.
Right. So if I decided to go off Medicaid and just do private insurance, that's what I would be paying out of pocket every year.
Okay. I'd love to talk to you offline privately about which private insurance and which plans you're thinking of and talk to you about that. Okay. Thank you.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Tracy, is Jude in school getting special ed services?
Yes, he is. He gets speech in school, and he also gets private speech outside of school.
And that's the only service he gets?
He has adoptions for other like testing in classroom services and stuff, yes.
But he's in a mainstream classroom?
Yes.
Does he have an aide or any support
He does
there?
not have an aide anymore, no.
And then, this may not really qualify then. So if he got on the waiver, would that wouldn't affect his school services or his attendance at school?
No, it wouldn't do for either one of them.
And then I had another question for Bonji, is that?
Bonji?
Yes, I'm sorry if I mispronounce everybody's name. That's why my mother named me Tommy Hawk and gives me license to do that. So I don't understand why the school was not required to provide service for your son. Did you get a good answer for that?
No. The challenge at our local high school was there is only one special ed classroom, and that classroom caters to all the kids that are in our school district that meets the requirement for special education. So because our son was having severe behavioral challenges and aggressive episodes because of the transition.
And then does your medical Medicaid pay for his Lake Mary school expenses?
Actually, because of how severe his needs were, the school district pays for Lake Mary School.
Okay, good,
So,
okay.
so the public funding pays for him to go to Lake Mary.
Thank you for that information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Conferees, thank you very much for your testimony. I do not see any further questions from any members of the committee. I would draw your attention to written-only testimony from Anna Slattery and Tara Jackson, both private citizens. We will now move to the next part of our agenda, the agency presentation on the IDD workforce. Amy Penrod, Commissioner of Aging and Disability Services Programs for KDADS. And Amy, if you wouldn't mind following up on that question that was asked earlier about how one's income is figured, that'd be great. Thank you. I think it was Senator Billinger's question.
Actually, I could attempt to follow up, but really the experts are with the Department for Health and Environment. The gentleman you had on earlier, Russell Nittler, and his team would be the most appropriate to answer that question. He's very versed in that income and eligibility and all things financial. I'm afraid that with my background, I would get something wrong there, and I'd hate to do that.
Sure, Amy. So before you get into it, Connor, if you would send out a email and see if we cannot get that information for the committee and that we can get that handed out, that would be great. Okay. Amy, go ahead. Thank you.
Hello again. Thank you very much. I am going to present some information for you on workforce and provider network. Beginning on slide 2, I wanted to start by giving a kind of a national perspective with some information that's available. Direct care workers in general assist older adults and individuals with disabilities with essential daily tasks across a wide range of long-term care settings. The segment of the workforce is one of the largest and fastest growing occupations in the United States due to a combination of factors, including the rapidly growing population of older adults and individual preference for aging in place and receiving that care in place. According to a recent report from PHI, this workforce added nearly 1.5 million new jobs in the past 10 years, growing from 3.1 million workers in 2010 to 4.6 million in 2020. And this growth will continue into the future. From 2019 to 2029, this workforce will add an estimated 1.3 million new jobs to meet rising demand. Despite the high demand for direct care workers overall, their wages remain very low. The median hourly wage for this workforce, and this is nationally, was $13.56 in 2020. Low wages combined with a high rate of part-time work make it challenging for direct care workers to financially support themselves and their families. Median annual earnings, and again nationally, are $20,200. 44% of direct care workers live in low-income households, and 45% rely on some form of public assistance, such as Medicaid, nutrition assistance, or cash assistance. And again, this is all based on a recently published September of 2021 brief by PHI. The COVID pandemic has highlighted direct care workers' essential contributions and exacerbated the challenges that they face. Across the long-term care settings, these workers have risked their health and lives, providing care for many of those who are most vulnerable to the virus, often without hazard pay, paid time off, pandemic-specific training, affordable and accessible childcare, or adequate personal protective equipment, among other necessities. Although the lasting impact of the pandemic on long-term care service delivery patterns and workforce recruitment and retention remains to be seen, there's no doubt that the demand for direct care workers will continue to increase over time. Given the greater attention on long-term care and the direct care workforce generated by the pandemic, now is the time to improve direct care jobs and strengthen and stabilize our workforce. Slide 3 then moves to some Kansas statistics. As you'll see from this table, Kansas has half of the U.S. average of home health and personal care workers per HCBS participant compared to the national or to the U.S. average. Slide 4. Kansas wages for the healthcare support industry are lower than other essential needs industries in Kansas. For example, you'll see an average wage of $28,700 for the healthcare support worker, and a median average transportation $38,000, community and social service $45,000. On slide 5, Kansas wages for direct service workers are lower than other healthcare support occupations in Kansas. Again, an average of the national average then is $28,700. For Kansas, that is $23,530. Slide 6. Kansas wages for direct service workers are lower than U.S. average and our peers. So when compared with our surrounding states of Nebraska, Iowa, and nearby Indiana and Missouri, we have a lower average rate of pay for our direct service workers. Slide 7. This slide illustrates when workers are paid above the 75th percentile, which would be $14 or more, their average turnover rate is about 49.3%, and pay below the 25th percentile, which is $11 or less, the turnover rate is 75.1%. So wages not only impact the ability to attract caregivers, but also to retain caregivers. And statistically, on average, for every $1 an hour more a caregiver is paid, annual caregiver turnover reduces by 3%. Slide 8. So Kansas has a very unique opportunity based on an enhanced federal funding for HCBS through a 1-year 10% increase to the share of state Medicaid spending contributed by the federal government. This 1-year increase in federal matching funds will result in new time-limited dollars that can be strategically invested in home and community-based services in Kansas through March of 2024. Kansas is required to use the state funds equivalent to the amount of federal funds attributable to the increased FMAP to implement activities to enhance, expand, or strengthen home and community-based services under the Medicaid program. Upon learning of the opportunity to invest additional funds into home and community-based service programming, KDADS began meeting and brainstorming with its stakeholders to compile a list of potential projects that would allow the state to strategically position its programs and services for the future. KDADS met with advocacy groups, service providers, educational institutions, and other state agencies between March and June of 2021. As the number of potential projects far outsized the estimated funding available for investment, the state leveraged the following guiding principles to determine how to use the available funding. So we wanted to be sure we could maximize the benefit to Kansas citizens, to invest in lasting impact and change, to ensure flexibility, to meet evolving needs, and to fully utilize the funding that was available to us. So that long list of ideas and investment opportunities was narrowed down into 3 priority investment areas based on the size of need and the alignment to principles. And these 3 priority investment areas are workforce, employment, and access to care. And since we are here today to talk about workforce, I will talk a little bit more about the workforce and initiatives that we have planned for that enhanced funding. So recruiting and retaining a qualified workforce is important in every industry, but it is critical to the independence and well-being of individuals receiving home and community-based services. Retention incentives and recruitment bonuses, as well as robust training opportunities, aim to bring direct service workers into this field. Further exploration of a direct service career ladder can help build a pipeline for future workforce needs. KDADS continues to meet with our stakeholders, our advocates, providers associations, and participants. Overwhelmingly, we are hearing greater desperation with regards to the workforce crisis in the state. Providers are having to consolidate service locations or close to new referrals due to lack of staffing. And one provider recently reported only being able to deliver 41% of the authorized service hours to its clients due to lack of staff. Providers are struggling to recruit and retain workers. Workers continuing in this field are burning out, and participants are desperate for these critical services. And we continue as KDADS to look for actionable ways to get resources to the system to support these participants, workers, and providers. So we are, as part of our spending plan that we've submitted to CMS, we have developed a workforce recruitment and retention program, bonus program, that's aimed at increasing direct service worker retention rates, resulting in an increased capacity for Kansans to receive care in their homes and communities. We also want to begin some training grants and some initiatives to improve the quality of care, retention rate, and provide professional development for our vital direct service workers. And then, in addition, study and design a career ladder, which will help reduce turnover rates by incentivizing longevity, creating promotion opportunities, and increasing workers' earning potential. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Amy, thank you very much. Committee, we will open for questions. I do have a couple. The first one is, who sets the wages for the providers?
So the reimbursement rates, the floor reimbursement rate is set by the state. So we have, for each service, there's a reimbursement rate. I have that information to provide for you tomorrow as part of my presentation on reimbursement rates. Those are the lowest that a provider would be reimbursed for that service. Because we have managed care, there are additional flexibilities that the MCOs can bring to bear to potentially either pay a little bit higher rate in certain cases or to use other mechanisms like value-based purchasing, et cetera, to enhance that rate.
Thank you. And my second question is on the one-time 10% FMAP increase. Has that money already been going to the workforce? Is the workforce seeing that bump yet?
It has not. The funding will be drawn down based on our Medicaid expenditures from April 1 of 2020 through March 31st of 2022. However, prior to drawing that additional federal funding down, we had to submit a spending plan and some narrative about all of the projects we'd like to do to CMS for approval. That plan we submitted on July 9th. It is still under review by CMS. Kansas is not alone in that. We have received a partial approval, meaning they have acknowledged we've sent them a plan, and they had a couple of minor questions. We've responded to those. We are waiting for that final communication. But we are not permitted to draw down that funding or spend it until we have that approval from CMS.
Do we have an ETA for that?
If I guessed, it would just be a guess. Honestly, originally, CMS had committed to or had estimated they would turn around approval of plans within 30 days, and that has not been our experience.
Thank you. I wish CMS would kind of get on the ball. So seems like that 10% would really help out a lot of people right now. So any other questions? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the end of September, I attended a Medicaid Leadership Academy in Washington, D.C., and we talked about this very same thing, how the federal government right now is increasing the FMAP rate for states. One of the items that we discussed is to not have that going into ongoing expenses, because eventually that federal money is not going to be flowing to the states. It's going to stop in about 2024, 2025. So, I mean, it looks like the plan that you submitted on July 9th, or that KDAD's submitted to CMS, that we have no idea when they're going to approve. I mean, for the most part, it appears that it's going to be utilized as one-time money. I mean, we're talking about recruitment, training grants. The only one that may have some longer period of time and may last longer is the Study and Design Career Ladder. So if the plan that was submitted on July 9th is approved, which for most intents and purposes it probably will be when everything is ironed out, and this money is only for 1 year, it's not going to address the workforce issues that we have with the providers. So is there a longer term plan on how to address that with the providers?
Yes, so the funding will be, we will draw down 1 year's worth of enhanced FMAP funding, but we actually will have up through March of 2024 to spend it. So this plan that we've put together is actually, was based on a 3-year plan. I think we're going to have to modify that to more of a 2.5 to 2 year, depending on when we get approval. But you are correct. All of the projects were very specifically designed to be one-time expenses. It was made very clear that that should be our goal, that we should not obligate the state to an ongoing cost or expense. So we have not done that. What we do hope to gain with some of these projects is a better kind of a understanding and maybe a shot in the arm for this workforce. The bonus program is kind of meant to be that shot in the arm, a little bit of funding into the system to hopefully help stabilize some things. It's not going to be the silver bullet. I don't think we expect it to be. It will take more than this ultimately to solve the workforce issue, because it isn't just the healthcare industry and it's not just Kansas. This is a nationwide issue. With some of the other studies, I think we're hoping that with a study or a pilot, that we would have information by the end of the demonstration period, by the end of the project period, that we would have information that would demonstrate how some of these initiatives have impacted either workforce or turnover and retention of employees, that we could bring that then back and say, we've had success by doing A, B, C, and D. And then perhaps that would be an opportunity then to consider longer term funding as we have demonstrated success.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks you again for being up here, Amy. A couple of questions. On page 4, where we are comparing the salaries to others, it's interesting to me that the majority of these other fields are typically not funded by the government. These are more private entities, and maybe that tells us something. Then if I go on, let's look at page 6. Other jobs are, as we talked about are providers primarily on page 6 here? I'm a little confused about the chart because I see on the left 11.3, not sure what the 11.3 is telling me, and then on the right I'm seeing the 23. So is on the left, is this an hourly wage then? Oh, I see it up in blue. Never mind, my error. It has hourly and it has annual. Missed that, okay? And then last question that I have is, you mentioned that you have just submitted a plan back in July. They responded. Has the legislature been able to see this plan, or could we see this plan and see the response that they sent you?
We would absolutely be happy to share the submission with you. We have been sharing it with our stakeholders, and we'd love to
Okay.
share it with you.
Yes, please.
The response, I believe we could share that as well. There was a couple of what I would consider very minor questions. We were actually able to answer those and turn those around within 24 hours. And with assistance then from the Department of Health and Environment,
Great.
we are partnering, with them. They have a part of this FMAP project package as well.
One of the last things I will say is there was a mother who came up to me after the Bob Bethel meeting and was saying that what some of them have done is once their child, hers was an adult child, got in the program, she really liked the provider that was working with her son and said, you know, some of us realize that they're underpaid and we don't want to lose them, and some of us are paying them more under the table. Do you know about this happening?
Anecdotally, I have heard as a system, I don't have information that demonstrates that, but I've heard individuals just randomly here and there mention either that they wish they could do that or something of that nature. So
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Amy, thank you. I've got another question for you, or first a comment and then a question. Government always likes to do studies, it seems like, and I've never heard of a cheap study that the state or government usually will do. They're usually fairly expensive. And I'm just curious on workforce and stuff like that. I'm not so sure that we need a study. I mean, you can do exit interviews of people leaving the workforce. Yeah. They're going to be brutally honest with you on why they are leaving. One is their employer, their supervisor, a jerk and being mean to them. Is it, man, I'm sorry, I can go to Casey's and run a cash register for $15 an hour, or what? So I guess my comment would be, I would really encourage, because it seems like we could use this money and put it to the workforce instead of doing a study on how to fix the workforce. I would encourage, maybe think more long-term like that. And then my question would be, I mentioned exit interviews. Is that something that KDADS or KDHE or anybody in the state that they do when they hear something from a provider or from a family or somebody that's saying they're having problems? Do they ask for that information? Do they do anything? Do they keep data? Anything like that?
As far as keeping data, I'm not aware that we keep data. I think as we are brought, one-off cases and are doing casework, we do make inquiry. I know that the MCOs are also very involved in that, so we work with the MCOs to ensure that we understand what's happening with the provider. Our associations and community service providers are not shy about sharing what is happening in their system, which is great. We need that information. So we do have ways to get that, but as far as tracking it and in so much, we do not have a system for that.
Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a few hearings in Ways and Means on this, and Probably the biggest thing we heard was they were losing their help to Chick-fil-A or McDonald's because we weren't paying enough. And you can see, these people have big hearts. They do it because they know it needs to be done and they're helping people. But by golly, they're not making a fair wage. That's the bottom line. And something that really bothers me, and maybe you can pass this on to CMS, because my emails have been lighting up ever since this mandate came out. And when part of these folks get fired because they don't get the vaccine, that puts more pressure on the rest of them. We ain't going to have anyone left. Many of my rural hospitals, I've had enough emails that they're going to be closed. And the rest homes, how many rest homes do we have closed today?
I can get that for you.
I'd like to have that because I know it's happening.
Yeah.
And I know that these folks are doing it because they're great people. They have wonderful hearts and they're taking care of people. But you can't expect them to do that and not get a fair pay. Right. And you can't expect them to do it, be covering up if 30% get fired or whatever it is. We can't expect these folks to pick up the slack. They've already picked up the slack. And it's sad that, you know, a year ago they were heroes, today they're going to get fired. Pass that along, thank you.
I ditto that remark, comment. No further questions, Amy. We'll move on to our next conferee. Thank you very much. Committee, we now turn our attention to the presentations by providers and organizations on the IDD waiver workforce. First, we'll be hearing from Lori Feldkamp, President and Chief Executive Officer of Big Lakes Development Center, and Lori is with us virtually. Lori, welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me and greetings from Manhattan, where it's a beautiful sunny day, and I'm very happy to be here to provide testimony. Tom, you're missing out. Oh, no, you have sunshine there, I think, in Topeka, so I think you're okay. I did provide written testimony for you all to review. I'd just like to spend a few minutes giving you some additional information that can't be included in 2 pages, and of course answer any questions that you might have. I have been here at Big Lakes for nearly 27 years, the last 17 as the CEO, and we have been providing services in Manhattan for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities since 1973, so a really long time. I also had the opportunity, we're members of InterHab, and I had the opportunity to serve on the task force that worked on recommendations that I believe InterHab presented earlier this morning. I wasn't able to log on and see, but there was a good group of very experienced people that were involved with developing those recommendations. So I'm excited that you had the opportunity to hear that. I know that this committee is meeting about the waiting list and capacity of our service system in order to try and do something to serve those that are waiting. Waiting for services right now is and has been for a number of years a travesty in the state of Kansas. Having to wait 8, 9, 10 years to get services is just, it's not right. And I think it's wonderful that we are seeing the committee take this on. It's going to take a long time to come to some sort of resolution, but I think it's worthy of the committee and the legislature's time to try and come up with a comprehensive plan that can address the waiting list. And in the course of doing that, of course, addressing the capacity of the service system to enable that to happen. I did provide some information regarding our capacity. We did shut down admissions here at Big Lakes for over 6 years because of workforce issues. When we cannot find enough staff to serve the people we have in services right now, which we serve total a little over 200 individuals in services, and when we can't find staff to serve them, it's disingenuous of us to try and expand services to serve those off the waiting list. So we've been trying to shore up our infrastructure here, but that's been very difficult to do without the resources that are necessary. I want to also take the opportunity to thank everybody in the room that was part of getting the 7% increase in our HCBS reimbursement rates that were effective July 1st. I wanted to share with you that we utilized that money by giving all our staff $1 an hour raise. And while that is a good start, that's just what it is. It's a good start. If you listen to what Amy had presented prior to me, you know that what we pay our staff is not nearly enough, especially when you compare to other states with similar work for providing support. We're going to need more of that over the long term. We did also, I know there was some discussion with Amy about the ARP money, the 10% FMAP enhancement and their plan. Part of their plan is to help to support us with recruitment and retention bonuses. I wanted to let you know that we can't wait for the federal government to get that going, and we implemented new bonus structure July 1st because, again, things are so bad for us recruiting and retaining staff. If I know there's also a number of you in the room that heard me testify this last spring when we were talking about the 7% increase to our rates, that money does make a difference. And I wanted to reiterate what I had shared the last spring, which was, our turnover rate from year to year over the last 10, 15 years ranges anywhere from 45 to 65%. Residential services is particularly difficult because of working nights, evenings, and weekends, and finding individuals who will do that, work that schedule is extremely difficult. We do provide incentives by giving differential pay. If you're working those odd hours, you can get anywhere from $1 to $2 more an hour by working those odd shifts. But one of the things that was very strange about 2020 with COVID is, of course, we were eligible for some federal money, specifically the PPP program, that was able to inject some money into our budget. And with those funds, we increased our DSP pay by $2 an hour. And by doing that, our turnover rate dropped from 48% to 27% in 2020. Now, granted, 2020 was a strange year, but I do think that speaks a lot to how money does make a difference. I think that supports what Amy was putting up on her presentation about reducing turnover 3% with every dollar that you increase pay. So it's just something for you all to think about. I also wanted to share with you about how stiff competition is for getting staff. All businesses in Manhattan, and I know in the state and probably nationwide, are all dealing with workforce shortages. What I find disturbing is some of the competition that we have. For example, coming to work a couple of weeks ago, I heard an ad on the radio with Meadowlark Hills. Meadowlark Hills provides services for the elderly here in Manhattan, and they are advertising for CNAs, that's certified nurses aides, which we love to get CNAs here for working with our individuals with complex medical needs. They're really wonderful to find if we can get them. Their starting pay has been raised at Meadowlark to $27 an hour for CNAs, and they are paying $3,500 signing bonuses. There's no way we can compete with getting that kind of experience in, and I would love to be able to do that, but I know that's unrealistic, especially right now. So that's part of the competition that we're dealing with, let alone trying to get nurses. That's a whole other story. I did, in my written testimony, I offered my thoughts regarding a waiting list strategy. I think it's been said before, there is no silver bullet. I think it's going to take multiple strategies in order for us to make any progress on the waiting list. I offered up, new service options, which I know the guys from Interhab talked about, competitive wages and benefits. Provider support, you know, our DSPs need to be paid more, but we need infrastructure help. I still have to find people for accounting. I still have to find people in HR, and we're having trouble finding professionals for case management positions. So it isn't just DSPs, it is everything under our infrastructure. Having automatic reimbursement rate increases would be great for planning purposes when we're trying to plan budgets and try to plan wage increases over periods of time. Child care assistance is another huge barrier. And our national DSP study that I saw from our national association says that 81% of our DSP staff are female, 43% are single, and 63% are the primary income provider for their families. So, you know, child care does make a huge difference. Whether we can do anything or not at the state level to address this, I don't know, but I think it's important for us to know. Technology-friendly policies, I think how we structure our services going forward, we're going to have to take advantage of technology to reduce the dependence on humans as much as we can. Humans are always going to be involved with human service delivery, but if there are things that we can do that can be a little bit more creative and have those things being reimbursed probably at a lower level than what we're having to pay for people, I think that's worth looking into. And then my last one was on immigration policies. One of the cool things I think about Big Lakes, of course, we're located in Manhattan. Kansas State University is located here. Large international student community, and we have benefited from having individuals from other countries and their dependents have come to work for us. At one time, we had a Christmas party in which all of the continents of the world were represented except for Australia. We had people from Africa, from Asia, from Europe that all worked for us. I had a staff that was working from us who came from Tibet. At one point in time, and we have multiple African countries that are represented here at Big Lakes, and the Philippines. I think that is another option when we're looking at workforce and trying to enhance the pool of individuals that might be available to work with our folks. So I want to thank you for your time. This is again a very important issue for us to be working on, and I will stand for questions when you're ready to do that.
Lori, thank you very much for your testimony. Committee will wait for questions and hold questions till after everyone has a opportunity to testify. Next, we have Colin McKinney, CEO of Starkey, and Colin is with us virtually. Welcome to the committee.
Chairman Hildebrand, members of the committee. Hearing all that's been shared this afternoon has just been remarkable. I've got to tell you that I hesitate. I'm a big talker usually, but I hesitate because I've heard so many things that were right on track today. The comments from Senator Billinger, thank you for that. Even if it comes to pass that we lose some of our employees due to that vaccine mandate, they are still heroes. They are people who change lives every day, and they deserve better than we've been able to do for them. Starkey, as the organization I work for, proud to serve here for nearly 10 years. We serve adults with lifelong disabilities, and we take pride in the fact that we have been assisting some of those individuals for more than 50 years. As a matter of fact, I think if I were to check the record, I would probably find somebody who we've been serving for more than 70 years. And we would love to be able to offer that same type of long-term commitment to those who have waited on the state's wait list for so long. But as you already know, that just isn't something that we have to offer right now. When Lori and I and so many others dreamed of this day where the wait list got prime time discovery in a committee, just like we have formed here, you know, it was going to be an exciting day. Things are moving forward. Here's how we're going to serve people. We're going to figure out the funding. And finally, people won't have to wait 10 or 7 or 5 years. We're going to be able to do better. And it is just so disappointing to be where we are, to have to tell you all there is no capacity in the community system or the current service offerings that we have in the community to meet the needs of nearly 4,700 people. You know about our staffing shortages. You know about your community staffing shortages. As you drive around, you see the same signs I do. you know, on the signs at the fast food restaurants. And one day they'll say paying $11 an hour, and the next day $12 an hour, and then maybe $15 an hour, because everybody is struggling to attract the same employees. And the fact that that is going on for those local employers is a bad situation. Unfortunately, unlike, you know, the story where you went to the door and they said, "I'm sorry, we can't serve you today. We don't have any staff. Please go to our other location." We can't do that. We serve people who need services and supports for very vital needs every day of the year, in some cases 24 hours a day. And there isn't an option for us to be able to say, "I'm sorry, we can't serve you today. Try us again tomorrow." We have an amazing core group of employees here, and I will echo the fact that they are heroes, who somehow find the energy to come back and work an additional shift when they are already so tired. It's amazing that they find that they've got a little bit more to give. And the even more amazing part is when I reach out to them to see how they're doing, they're worried about me. Colin, what can we do to help? Well, they already are. They're giving up most of their personal life to make sure that the individuals that we serve here at Starkey are getting good supports and doing the best that they can to cover for all those vacancies. As we look to all those people who would like to be served, who are currently on the wait list, our employees, our amazing core group of heroes, just don't have the hours to give to also meet the needs of those other individuals. As Lori mentioned multiple times, we are appreciative and we have benefited from your recent support of the reimbursement rate increase. We would be in far worse shape than we are right now if not for that additional support that we'd received. Unfortunately, we have been left in the dust. You know, I had recently heard somebody mention, you know, this is what we thought that the reimbursement rate increase would do. And it actually did that. Unfortunately, it's just all of the other local employers, you know, they've stepped up their game and you know, I'm calling it the wage war. We don't have, you know, enough to bring to the table to win the wage war. And then my employees reach back out to me and they tell me how much it hurts that they have dedicated their lives and their career to changing lives of people who really need the, you know, quality support and assistance. And then they see that, you know, somebody who's near and dear to them just got an entry-level job at a local fast food restaurant and is making as much or more than they are. Recently had one of my employees share the story of her son who started at a local establishment last year making $8 an hour and is now making the equivalent of $25 an hour. So that person is now making more than the parent in such a short period of time. My employees are not sending any disrespect towards those who work in the service industry or fast food entry-level jobs. Those are important jobs as well. It just doesn't make any sense to them that after the years that they've dedicated, the vital work that they do, the stress that they have, why does our system, society, their employer, you know, not find a way to compensate them in a way that's commensurate with the vital work that they do? And of course, I don't have good answers for their questions. I'm a great listener, and sometimes I just don't have the answers. I will reiterate that Starkey and hundreds of other organizations that provide services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities across Kansas want to be a part of the solution to this wait list. It is going to require time. It's going to require resources. We are up for the challenge. Based upon the fact that we have this amazing committee effort going on right now, I am hopeful that our legislature is also up for the challenge. But as you've heard so many times already, it is not going to come easily. It's going to take an investment on all of our parts. And I just want you to know we'll do our piece if you all can do your piece. Thank you so much for the time to talk today, and be happy to answer questions at the appropriate time.
Colin, thank you. Committee will now turn our attention to Michelle Crumpton, Direct Support Professional for Big Legs. Michelle, welcome to the committee. Michelle, are you with us?
I am. I'm right here. Sorry.
Okay. Welcome to our committee. You can proceed.
Well, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for allowing me to speak in behalf of Big Lakes Developmental Center. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Michelle Crumpton. I've been with Big Lakes for 26 years. I started out in residential and then moved to the workshop where I became a day service coordinator for the past 10 years and have worked direct support ever since. Now, there's some reasons, some special reasons why some of my staff have left. One being, recently we had someone move to another position in the community, making less money than they were here, but the hours were fixed and they were a supervisor and they knew that they would be able to go home at a certain hour, a certain time of the day. To where a lot of our other staff do not know from day to day if they're going to have to fill in the hours that they don't have staff in there to fill. The workload on all the staff that are here is extremely stressful. A lot of them get burnt out. For example, I had a staff come to me today that was very upset and she did shed a few tears. She was very concerned because you never know from day to day who we're not going to have, what position we need filled, what room area they're going to be in. The clients are having a hard time adjusting as well. We have certain goal work and documentation that we have to do on a daily basis. And if that staff is not used to being in that room, they don't know the behaviors or any of the documentation or how to get to it for those specific rooms because they've been everywhere in the building. We have residential that comes in and covers for day services, which again, they're not sure how to get to the proper place they need to be. The $1 an hour raise increase was super big for everybody here. Everyone appreciated it. And I think that every day that we were allowed to get that. Another thing is the pay, of course. Some of our clients out there are making $12 to $15 an hour in community employment. Just imagine being a job coach driving a client to their job where the client is making more money than the staff that's taking them. We're finding that happening all over the place now. And it's pretty discouraging, but the staff that we do have here are very committed. Yes, they're burnt out, they're tired. But like Colin said, we can't close. I've drove through drive-throughs that said we are closing early due to short staffing. I've had a drive-through window speak to me automated and I sat there forever and they said it's automated. And I was like, well, put a sign on the window because they said we're closed, no staff. I was like, oh, okay, well, there was 30 minutes of my lunch. So, I mean, it's happening everywhere. And like Lori was expressing about the CNA paying that much, I had no idea that was happening. I'm also a CNA, but would I move from Big Lakes to go there to work? Not in a million years. I'm not going to make $27 an hour. I'm going to make what I make here, but this is where I belong. The clients make every day worth being here. I mean, they depend on us. They enjoy our company, our sense of humor. They keep us going as well every day. But the thing that really bothers me is that when the clients come to me and say, why are they leaving? Why is everybody leaving? Is it because of me? We have a lot of clients that ask, is it because of me? No, not at all. I try to explain to them that, you know, some of them are college students and this is kind of a stepping stone for them to further their career. But then we have a lot of people that are leaving for other jobs, less hours. So it's really hard for them to understand why things are going the way they are. I try to offer incentives, staff appreciation for my staff. At one time, I passed out gift cards from a local restaurant here in town. Well, I got a text message while I was shopping at Walmart with my family that said, hey, Michelle, there was only $1.67 on that card you gave me. Sorry, Brian, I'll get you a new one, but evidently my son got a hold of that card before I did. So there are just so many different reasons. The lack of sleep from all the hours. The staff, I mean, the higher risk of accidents in vehicles when you haven't slept. Medication errors that can happen. Accidents, falls, and some staff, you know, falling asleep, which is it's a risk. It's a real risk, but they are so exhausted and so tired. And also their patients get wore down, and it takes a toll on you. You try to keep your morale up and you try to keep everybody happy, but sometimes you're just so exhausted. The patience wears extremely thin. So, also today, this just happened today, we have a staff that works at one of our community jobs that are with the clients called me frantic saying that her dad had just had a stroke. Well, her daughter also works here. And so they both needed to leave to go out of state for her father. We scrambled, collaborated to figure out how we were going to cover those two shifts. It worked. We always seem to make it work and everybody stays safe, but those challenges come up every single day. It is a struggle to figure out where we're putting people and where just every day. We never know. They don't know. They ask me every day, where am I working today? I pull up my schedule. You're working here, but that could change. So, I mean, it's frustrating, but we have a lot of dedicated people that are here. The bonuses throughout the year are nice, the pay increase, but still sometimes people, it's just too much for them. Also, we have a few clients that require more hygiene assistance, and he is very particular about who helps him and who he feels comfortable with. And so finding consistency there, I mean, it really, it makes him very nervous. Who is going to help me today? Are they going to be strong enough? Am I going to be with somebody that I don't know? His trust level is low and he only is comfortable with certain people, and then certain people aren't always available to help him. So we try to encourage that we've got you. We're going to keep you safe. And he's doing better with that. Another thing is, why do I stay here? This is my life. I've been here for 26 years. Every one of these clients I spend more time with these guys than I do my entire family. I've been with these clients longer than my children have been alive. Am I going to go anywhere? No. No, I'm going to stay here. Like I said, these guys need us and I need them. I remember another incident where there was a client here and they trust us, and this stands out to me, and it might not sound like a huge deal, but I made her a cup of coffee and she thanked me for probably an hour about making her that wonderful cup of coffee. It's just something that has stuck with me, and she has since passed, but that's a memory that I will always remember about her. It's the little things that they appreciate and that we appreciate. So with that being said, I mean, that pretty much sums it up. Is I stay here because this is where I want to be. This is where I'm supposed to be. And we will help the staff any way we can, cover anywhere we can. Staff, they do want a break. They have families, they have pets. I hear staff saying, my pet's been home alone for 12 hours. Well, you need to go home and spend time with your pets, your kids, your family. But you can say no, the staff can say no, I can't cover, but they know that we need them and the clients need them. And we just can't leave people by themselves. So we're doing everything. When I see social media, people looking for a job, first thing I put in there, and we do have people call in and fill out applications that we have referred them to here, which is nice. We have family members, a lot of family members we've gotten in here. So we're making it work, and but it would help greatly for a pay increase to get people in here. So that's what I've got.
Michelle, thank you very much for your testimony.
Yes.
Committee will now turn to Stephanie Rasmussen, Vice President of Long-Term Supports and Services with the Sunflower Health Plan. And she is with us in person. And as she's walking up, committee, your agenda, you might think I overlooked someone. That was actually written only testimony. Robin Griffin Lohman for TRICO was written only. And so that will be down with the David Livingston testimony. So, Stephanie, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me the time this afternoon to talk to you from an MCO perspective about what we're seeing regarding workforce issues with our IDD providers. Again, my name is Stephanie Rasmussen. I'm the president of vice president, excuse me, of long-term supports and services for Sunflower. I actually started my career in 1989 as a direct caregiver for persons with IDD. And I remember I made $7 an hour at that time. I had just graduated from college and worked in direct care. And I worked for 21 years for an IDD provider organization. A little bit about Sunflower. We currently have 4,812 individuals in our health plan that receive services through the home and community-based IDD waiver. This constitutes 53% of the state's total participants on the IDD waiver. So we take these workforce issues very seriously and what's occurring with our providers. We also have 38 members in our health plan receiving services within intermediate care facilities for persons with IDD, which is actually 84% of the statewide total. There aren't very many intermediate care facilities remaining in the state of Kansas and those certified beds. Since April of 2020, and really kind of the pinnacle of the pandemic for us, when our staff moved to work from home and when a lot of things were changing with our LTSS providers, we started hosting a weekly LTSS stakeholder meeting, which is now continuing bi-weekly, to discuss issues related to the pandemic and needs of our LTSS providers, including IDD providers. The collaborative includes representatives of the state with KDADs, the other managed care organizations, InterHab, several IDD providers, and CDDOs, as well as other types of HCBS providers. Through this collaborative that we've had and through communications from our providers with our provider representatives, we're hearing the same things that you've heard from providers today about what they're experiencing with workforce issues. I also stay in regular communication with my counterparts with other Centene health plans in other states. And they are experiencing similar issues with their providers. My counterpart in Iowa actually told me about a month ago that they were seeing some individuals with intellectual disabilities being dropped off at the emergency rooms because providers were not able to provide safe and adequate care with the number of staff that they have. Thus far, we have not experienced the loss of what I will say is an entire IDD provider. However, we're experiencing situations of providers telling us we no longer can take new individuals into our services, or we need to stop one service so that we can redirect those staff to a different service. Just yesterday, I received notification from a large provider in Wichita that they were discontinuing their targeted case management services, so that partially because they couldn't attract enough case managers any longer, but partially because they needed to redirect those existing staff to some of their other direct services. I did do an exit interview, Senator Billinger, of sorts, with the provider, and that's what they communicated through their CDDO were their challenges, that they just really are having to look at where do we direct our staff to really take care of individuals. I think it's fair to say we all have known, even prior to the pandemic, that there is a growing shortage of direct caregivers in comparison to the number of people that are needing care as we move forward in the future. As Commissioner Penrod said, you know, the pandemic really just has exacerbated the need for more immediate solutions. And although wage increases are a very important solution, and we as an MCO do appreciate the recent increase that was provided,
We do think that there are some other avenues that we need to start looking at to take care of this situation on a more long-term basis. We do take our role as an MCO very seriously in the state and believe one of our roles is to bring solutions. And we've identified at least 3 potential ways that we can assist. One is one of the things that Lori Feldkamp mentioned, which is expanded uses of technology. We currently have a local provider that's an IDD provider that uses a combination of smart home technology and 27 remote monitoring and coaching to support persons with IDD within their homes and communities. It's beyond what you would think of as traditional telehealth monitoring, and it's a very promising way of being able to help individuals become more independent in their community, and not just individuals with IDD, also seniors, persons with physical disabilities, by offering them more on-demand support, remote coaching, being able to remotely turn on and off a stove, being able to remotely unlock a medication box and walk through the steps of making sure someone takes the right medication, and sending the existing staff to the locations on demand where people that need support. We've identified one other out-of-state provider and a second in-state provider that offer these more comprehensive types of supports, and it's our plan to work with existing providers to determine who can help us pilot some of these things and be able to determine what the best ways of using them are, and to be able to take a proposal to KDADS along with how do we pay for those services within our existing waivers. Do we need to amend the waivers and add additional types of services for those payments? We have a little bit of flexibility right now in what Amy talked about earlier as in lieu of services to be able to pilot some of these things, but it would be our intent to bring proposals to KDADS about how we can help fund those things longer term. The second way we believe we could help support is bringing some staffing model solutions or program solutions that require fewer staff supports. One of those is a model of care called shared living, where an individual lives with their caregiver when they choose to, and if they want that type of care, and it takes fewer people to implement the care that that individual needs. Instead of shift staffing, you have a primary caregiver or a family that's helping to support that individual. It's also a model that allows for a different method of payment to caregivers where they could potentially receive higher pay and keep more of their pay than if they were in an hourly shift staff situation. So we intend to, we actually developed a best practice manual in combination with some IDD providers about 5 years ago, and we're going to dust that off, see what we can do with it, and bring a proposal back to KDADS for that. Lastly, during the pandemic, we've had expanded ability to approve for family members to be paid caregivers in situations where the waivers did not previously allow them to be paid. So we're taking a look at the benefit of expanded ability for doing that in the future and what guardrails need to be put into place to make sure individuals are protected and in that the members are really choosing that situation. Centene also purchased a platform in 2020 for advancing states for matching caregivers to jobs and for providers to use to be able to manage workforce needs. If you're not aware, Advancing States is the National Association for State Aging and Disability Agencies. There are currently 7 states, not Kansas, but there are currently 7 others who are using the platform, which is called Connect to Care Jobs. And Advancing States is in the process of making improvements to it. So we hope that Kansas will be offered an opportunity to use it before the end of this year or beginning of next year. I also have in my testimony tomorrow an explanation of a couple of value-based payment arrangements that we have with IDD providers or are working on. I'd be happy to talk about that today if there are any questions, but also plan to talk about that tomorrow. But we also see that as a potential solution. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Stephanie, thank you for your testimony. I think we'll hear from our last conferee, and then we'll take questions from the committee. Committee, next we have Rachel Newman, Director of Operations for COF Training Services, Inc. Rachel, welcome to the committee.
Thank you. So I was kindly reminded that as the last speaker today, I'm standing in between you and the door. So I will try to be brief, but I hope you find my topics and comments worth your time and your wait. So I have the unique experience of being a family member of an individual with disabilities and also working from the provider side. So I want to speak first from the family member side. So I have a sister who has bipolar, schizophrenia, and autism. She also has a mild intellectual disability. So when I grew up with his sister, we didn't know about service systems that existed. We had a pretty rough childhood and could have used a lot of intervention and supports, but we weren't aware that they existed. I went off to college and came to Kansas, and during that time, my sister attempted suicide 3 times because of the traumatic experience that we had going on in our homes. 2014 was the last time that she attempted suicide, and it happened to be the same time frame that I got hired at COF Training Services. When I got hired, that was the first time I knew of home and community-based services. So I immediately got on the phone with some people and got my sister into services in Missouri. Unfortunately, the services that she was able to offer couldn't overcome some of the residential barriers that she had in her home life, and I had to make the very difficult decision to bring my sister away from funding in Missouri to live with me in Kansas so that I knew she was safe and taken care of. We make things work with her being on the waiting list, but it's not without barrier. So we're talking about staffing issues. Last week I worked an 18-hour shift and forgot that my sister had a psychiatric appointment. She hadn't seen her psychiatrist, and then they couldn't refill her medications. Her medications are essential, so I was rushing trying to make sure that we could find a time to get into her psychiatric appointment. Outside of that, if she had access to minimal supports, transportation, or medical management, that wouldn't have happened, and it wouldn't be significantly costly either. So now, when I only look at this lens on the family member side, I think we need to eliminate the waiting list immediately. And I used to advocate for that. But now on the provider side, I see why throwing more money at the situation and eliminating the waiting list is not feasible. We need to make sure that there are services available to those people once they are funded. And we currently have people living in Kansas right now that can't have funding, and they can't find supports with the funding that they have. So a lot of this is because of capacity issues. I want to talk a little bit about COF and the capacity issues we've faced and how we've tried to address them. So in 2017, we needed 120 DSP to support all the individuals we served, and at that time we had 36% of our full-time positions vacant. So we, at that time, started looking at what is the cost of this. We spent $2 million in overtime in 2017. At that time, we realized we've got to figure something out because we also had a total net loss at the end of the year, and our company would not continue to be here if we didn't make a change. So we slowly began looking at increasing efficiencies so that we could reduce the number of staff that we need and trying to work on retention. We spent 2 years of hit and miss effort here, and in 2019, we were able to reduce our staffing need to 110 DSP, but we still had 20% vacancies, and we're still experiencing some of the significant barriers. So we did a major analysis, and over the past 6 years prior to 2019, we found that we were able to keep an average of 75 DSP. So we looked at that and we thought maybe 75 DSP is the amount of support or employment that our community can offer. So let's right size. Let's close our doors. Let's not take any more clients. And slowly, as individuals age out or they pass away, we will get to that point where we only need 75 DSP. So we made that change. During that time, we also invested in staffing retention, morale boosting, and also wages as much as possible. So during that time, we invested $1.5 million in direct wages within our agency. We did this through increased benefits, increased bonus opportunities, and increasing the base rate. The most significant and recent of this was when we received the 7% rate increase. I appreciate those of you that had a hand in helping us achieve that. So when we received that, for our agency, that was $450,000. As many agencies have stated, that equates to about $1 per hour for all of our direct care workers. We recognized at that point that $1 wasn't enough, so we removed an administrative position and removed one of the bonuses that had to be earned and invest that money as well into direct care wages. So we ended up investing $600,000 in direct care wages. We did shift differentials, like Lori mentioned. So we increased day shift by $1, evening by $2.50, and overnight by $4 an hour. Overnight is one of the most challenging shifts because it's a very significant change in your lifestyle to be able to work that. Unfortunately, even after investing $4 an hour in overnight, bringing that base pay up to $15 per hour, we currently have 6 out of 12 of our full-time overnights open. 50% of our overnights are open, and our salaried staff are working those shifts. So just yesterday, we had to approve 2 bonus programs, one to pay our salaried staff who are working 80 hours a week and not getting increased pay, a stipend for covering shifts, as well as the second to, in addition to overtime and the increased rate, pay per shift stipends for our DSP for covering those shifts, because that is the only way we can make it work. Excuse me, sorry. So we also heard from Michelle. She was talking about the pay challenges with things like employment, which is very important. So we've had that same experience. We've been working with a company that was next door to ours for years and finally got them to the table ready to offer employment to individuals we support. That's a very big challenge in of itself. And then when they have the job, you have to have job coaching and support to maintain that job. So we were able to find a job coach that was willing to support them, able to do the job, and that job coach was making $11 an hour, while the individuals working at the factory were making $13. It took all of one pay period for that job coach to quit and go work for the factory and reduce the supports and the requirements of her position and make more money. So it can be very challenging. Another thing that we can do beyond just investing money into the system is looking at resources in the community. When HCBS services were first developed, the resources were non-existent in the community. It was the resource in the community to remove individuals from the institutions, but it was not meant to be the end-all be-all. Right now, unfortunately, there's still not a lot of resources or accessibility for individuals that we serve. Transportation is one of those. So in the 3 rural counties we support, 2 of them have no public transportation, and 1 of them has transportation between the hours of 8 and 2. This means that individuals that we're supporting have to rely on us for any and all transportation needs, which spreads our staff even more thin. And right now, they just don't have the ability to take them places, so they're very limited. So I could go on and on, but I know you guys have heard a lot of wonderful testimony today, so I hope this just really reinforces the need to look into this, and I really appreciate your guys' time and investment into studying the wait list. I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Rachel, thank you. Committee, at this time, we are open for questions. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for you, so please don't leave yet. You made the comment first about being a caregiver and working at the same time. How do you arrange, okay, you had 18 hours, but how do you take care of your sister's needs? And what services do you use?
So currently, my sister only has case management in Kansas. There's not a lot of resources. We're very blessed because she has grown tremendously through love and guidance and support. So she is pretty high functioning. I do a lot of phone call support while I'm at work, and luckily my employer, understanding the need, is patient while I take those phone calls and help her work through situations. And I rely a lot on my natural support system to assist her, even through high school. She was highly bullied, but I had good friends in support systems, and when we were seniors and she was freshman, they would step in and they would stick up for her. And I'm lucky to have that same natural support system that now applies to her. I recently broke my leg and I wasn't able to drive. I had a list of 12 people to call to help me get rides to places, but the individuals we support aren't lucky enough to have that. With my relationships, my sister is just part of that, and all of my friends know that, so they help out a lot.
And on your shifts, the 18 hours, is that people not showing up and you filling in, or people are sick, or what we heard earlier, some people don't want to work because of vaccines or whatever? I mean, what is like your situation like?
So sometimes it's because I work in the office doing my director of operations duties, because those don't stop, and then I go and I fill an 8-hour shift or a 10-hour shift in the home. This particular one I was talking about, I was scheduled an 8-hour shift in the home, and the overnight staff didn't show up. So I was stuck there until we could find someone to get covered, because we can't leave the individuals unsupported.
And that's a good thing. Yeah. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Reese.
Ask about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to all of the providers. I'd be curious if any providers that can answer this question. I have several constituents who work for organizations, and they are direct service providers. And I've been talking with them about their experiences, and they have wonderful things to say about the agencies that they work for. But there's some frustrations regarding reimbursement and how their payroll is processed and how they have to clock in their hours and, you know, document those hours. And then, so there's some really very strange sounding systems to me that it was over my head. And so I'm curious as to how are the workers paid? I'm thinking more like the payroll process. How do they call in those hours, or do they document those hours, or do the individual that is receiving the services, do they have to document those hours, and how is that done?
I think I can provide, this is Matt Fletcher with InterHab. I think I can provide a general answer to your questions, Representative Reese. And then providers may be able to fill in the blanks. There is a electronic visit verification system that has been put in place over the last decade or so within different service systems here in the state. That's largely a requirement that has come from the federal government to initiate those new types of technologies. And that electronic visit verification, or you often will hear it referred to as EVV, can take many forms. It can be a system in which someone has to pick up the phone and call in at the beginning and the end of their shift to indicate when they are on duty. It can be other types of technology as well. That's about where my knowledge base ends, so I'll stop there. But I can say that for the IDD network, EVV requirements have not really directly impacted the work that we do. There are some systems that require it within our IDD network, but it's not been something that has been kind of largely implemented to date.
And just to add on that, like Matt mentioned, there's not many systems that it impacts, but we did work in the PAS realm for a while, my agency, and that was one of the systems that it did impact. And because of the barriers to trying to implement EVV in rural areas, as well as barriers with staffing with PAS workers, that's one of the services that we stopped so we could localize and reinforce our staff in other direct care realms.
Rachel, would you mind, for those listening online, give us your name and who you're with, please?
Yes, I apologize. Rachel Newman with COF Training Services.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just sitting here listening to all this. Amy, this question's for you. How many staff are we talking about in these various providers? We have a little north of 300 providers.
As far as total workforce, I can get you some numbers that would be really close. I don't have that pulled up right now, but I do have access to it.
And we do have 300 providers or so across the state.
I know for home and community-based services as a whole, we have around 1,200, but that's across all of the waivers. For the IDD waiver, that sounds about in the ballpark.
So could you get that for us? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And Amy, would you mind giving us your full name and who you're with, please?
My apologies. Amy Penrod. I'm the Commissioner of Aging and Disability Community Services and Programs with KDADS.
Thank you. Okay. One last late question, it looks like, from Senator Hawk coming in right before the buzzer.
Aha, love that buzzer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Lori Feldkamp, if she's still on.
Yes, I am. It's Lori Feldkamp, Big Lakes.
You talked about the need to do overtime, and I assumed from your testimony, a lot of that was from your salaried staff. I'm just curious, is that part of the job description of salaried staff, or is that out of their good graces that they volunteer to fill in those holes when you have vacant?
Yeah, overtime applies to hourly staff. And of course, we pay hourly for DSPs up to the manager level. That was one of the changes we made a couple of years ago because so many of our mid-level managers were working shifts. And so we changed them to hourly so they would be compensated accordingly. When you get above that to director and my level, it's out of our good graces for us to volunteer to cover shifts. And that's happened.
Do people who are in those management positions get any kind of bonus when they have to cover those unfilled shifts?
At the present time, no.
Is there something that prevents that legally from happening?
Legally, no. Funds, yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
And again, it's because so much is going into overtime. I was, chuckling to myself when I listened to Rachel because of what they were budgeting or paying in overtime. For our budget for next year that I'm working on, I'm planning on $500,000 in overtime.
Okay, good. And then for your hourly employees, because we're in the, $11 to $13 range, depending on your bonuses, I have a hunch, but I could be wrong, that there are lots of people in the workforce that have more than one job. Especially at the lower hourly wage jobs, whether they work fast food or custodial or other things. Do you think you have people who work for you that likely have other jobs elsewhere?
Oh, I know I do.
And then I wonder, some people like having the pay for more than one job, and some people like to get overtime, maybe not 100 hours every week. But how much of that do you think is a potential solution to the staffing issue?
I think that's it. All I have is anecdotal. I don't have any data to really support that. But I would venture to guess that individuals that we have that work here and have other jobs, the reason why they have the other jobs rather than work overtime for us is the break from us. And the stress, it's easier to go work somewhere else where it's a little bit less stressful. And that may be part of it. I know Michelle's over here shaking her head saying yes.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question actually is for any of the providers that have testified. I'm just curious as to how you, the organization, whether it's, I think it's Stark, if I got it right, Big Lakes, how are you compensated? And so then, do you receive per beneficiary that comes to you? Do you receive a flat amount for each service? And then you decide, we need this many providers to take care of that person paid at this amount. I'm trying to understand how it filters down from how you're paid to how these individual caregivers are paid.
I'll get started, and Colin may,
Okay.
and Rachel may want to chime in. Our reimbursement rates are set by the state, and each individual that we serve can be determined, and again, they're evaluated every year, and they're given a tier. The tier determines the amount of reimbursement we get for the services that we provide. For residential, it's a flat amount per day. As long as we are providing a service that day, we get a flat amount. And it depends on their tier. For day services, we have to bill in 15-minute increments, and we can bill up to 5 hours a day or 25 hours a week, but that's it. Anything that we provide over that is free, basically. And speaking for ourselves, and I know Colin and Rachel can probably speak to this as well. Usually, our day program is open more than 5 hours a day. What we do then is the reimbursement rates, the way they were set years and years ago, and it's never changed. They were set about 93, and then all we've done is percentage increases since then, is that we take what we estimate our reimbursement will be based upon what we estimate their attendance will be. We put it in a pot and we figure out what our staffing is going to be by those individuals with the average of those rates that we get. So what we do for staffing is not tied to that individual. It is just based upon a system of averages, and we just have to figure out staffing based on that. Does that make sense?
Actually, that's very clear, and I really appreciate that. So you get a tier 4, I'm making these numbers up, a tier 4 person, and you know they're probably going to be there X number of hours for these services. Are some services more costly for the caregivers that you use than other services?
Certainly. And again, it depends upon the level of support that they need. We can have like 4 or 5, again, throwing numbers around, tier 4s and tier 5s, that they only need one staff that can work with 4 or 5 individuals, and that works for their support. We have other individuals that may require one-on-one because of the support they need. So regardless of the support they need, we have to figure out how to staff. Yeah.
Thank you. That was very clear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Michelle Crumpton. Are you there, Michelle?
Yes, she's coming. She's coming.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I was thinking of I'm reacting to your testimony, and when you say it is my life and direct or to give services, but also it is also good for you. And you said 26 years. For someone who's so dedicated for direct care services and taking care of the people that are at Big Lakes, if you could get one wish, what would you want us as a committee to do that would benefit you as well as the people you take care of?
I would like people that are here for the long haul, which would mean more incentives for everyone to stay and to make this their lifestyle. I would like more dedicated long-term staff, which would mean probably an increase in wages. And I mean, the hours that everyone works, they're okay with, except for the long hours, but just getting more dedicated long-term staff is something that I would like to see. And that would have to probably be a lot of the wages, the wage increase.
So you think the training is fine, it's just that the wages would be there, but I'm trying to think, you want more dedicated, do they need more training? They have enough training, but they need like just more money to let them do what they want?
Our training here is wonderful. We have a problem getting people into training because it's hard to pull people out of an area that needs the support in order to go to the training. But I mean, I know a lot of people aren't here to stay because, like I said, that they're in college and military. We get a lot of military people, a lot of college people. But I think when you start, because I was fairly young when I started, and I think it takes a very special person to do this type of work. So a lot of people come, a lot of people say this isn't for me, but just the incentives for people to come and stay and see what we get in return, the gift that we get in return for taking care of our folks.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks.
I do not see any further questions from any committee members, so this will close out this portion of our agenda. Thank you to the conferees and everybody today for all of your patience and testimony with us. Committee, this was the last item on our agenda. Tomorrow, just as a reminder, we are starting at 9 a.m. and then we will have our committee recommendations. We'll take those up in the afternoon. So if you have those, and I'm sure Connor would be appreciative if you gave him a little bit of a heads up on what's coming, if you have some ideas, and that way he can start preparing for it, or maybe help you with some wording along with Scott Abbott. That would be, I think they both would appreciate that. And with that, we are adjourned. We will see you in the morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.